Hello, hello. I believe we're live. Right on time. Maybe 30 seconds late if everything is going smoothly. But this is the June 11th live stream. We've got some primaries coming up in about 30 minutes. So we're ready to roll here. I assume everything is up and running. Live stream. We've got some primaries coming up in about 30 minutes. So how's everybody doing? Everybody's doing pretty well. Hopefully. We get everything tweaked as people start to fill in this evening. Swinger, hello. First comment. All right. If there's any technical issues, hopefully there's not, but let me know. I don't know what I could do. It looks like everything's working on my end. Election polling official. Do I remember you? I remember the name. I remember probably you've commented a few times. Beyond that, I'm not exactly sure, but up here I've got the schedule for today. We've got Maine, we've got Nevada, North Dakota, South Carolina. We've got a special election in the U.S. House in Ohio. That's also tonight. First polls should close in about 27 minutes, South Carolina. So nice to see everybody. Haven't done a stream in 4 or 5 weeks. It's been a little while. Can't do them every week. Try to fit them in here and there. So hopefully this fills in a little bit. Usually it takes a little while to get going. People pop in and out as they go about their day. Some people hang around for several hours. We'll probably be going for a few hours, but that's what we do here. Hopefully another classic and classy political excess live stream. So, Kennedy 2024, yeah, he's still in this thing apparently, but he kind of stalled out. Not a lot of that is probably not his own fault. Bernie Sanders, hello. You're usually around for a lot of the streams, and I see this is no exception. Evergreen guy, hello. If you're from Washington, possibly. Nice to have you around. Could Nancy Mace be in danger? I assume in the primary. I guess a little bit. You know, I haven't been able to follow it too closely against Templeton, right? I don't believe she is in a ton of danger, but she was last time, where Trump endorsed the opponent. This time, Trump endorses Mace. It's kind of crazy, but I would assume Mace is going to pull it out if she's got Trump behind her, and now she's been in there for a few terms. All right, yep, Washington indeed. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream for an evening of election results and a little bit of community interaction and political commentary, whatever comes up. Again, here's the schedule for today as well as the upcoming schedule. We've got action next week and the week after. We've got conventions and more coming up. August. This is starting to get into it a little bit. We're no longer in February or March. So we're starting to get into primary season. Full speed. Watching from London, UK. Excellent. That I did not know that. I know you've been kind of a regular, but London, that's great. taking an interest in U.S. politics. Maybe you used to live here, who knows? Maybe you do live here now and you're just visiting London. But the polls close in about 20, 25 minutes. South Carolina, then we've got 53 minutes for Ohio 6th. Then we've got Maine, North Dakota, and Nevada. That's going to be a little bit later. So, several states. I don't know if there's any slam dunk competitive top tier races, but hey, this is something. I was able to do a stream today, so I figured this should be a good opportunity. Do a community stream. All right. NBC is not doing the elections tonight. So my New York Times, well, that's where I'm at. I don't know why NBC is not, they're not covering it live. Is that what they're doing? Montana, Utah debates last night. Very interesting. That I haven't been able to watch any debates yet. Outside of some clips. It's just, there's just so much going on, but that's got to be the Senate primary in Utah, and I'm not sure which Montana debate that would be if they had their primary already. We've got Sheehy. Did Sheehy and Tester go at it already? Southwest England. Glad not the only Brit here. Okay. Las Vegas will make tonight's primaries interesting. Yeah, I think Trump was there yesterday or the day before. Recently. Something like that. Made some headlines with some of his comments. Odds of Kennedy making the debate. It seems like it's, I don't know, very low. It seems like it's, can't be zero, but it seems like it's a little above that. If he's not hitting 15%, and these debates are really coming up, and plus we know that Biden and Trump don't want him at the debate, so it's going to be tough. So Tester and Sheehy already had a debate. I gotta check that out, or at least read about the highlights. Sometimes, people don't have time to sit there for an hour-long debate. 15% chance. I'm gonna watch the presidential debates. Not interested in debates from other states. Okay. Maybe there's some highlights. Every once in a while there's a debate where it just makes national news. It's worth taking a look at. But yeah, debates, they can take up a lot of time. There's going to be way, way too many to watch, especially if you go down to the House races. But it's not the midterms. There's a little bit less than the midterms. 2 years ago, I was covering the midterms. A lot of debates there for all those governors coming up. But great to have everybody filling in. And it started right on time again. As always, I'm sure people have busy days, busy lives, school, work, things around the house. But you made it for the stream. That's what's important. So nothing happening just yet. We've still got about 20 minutes. So we'll see what's on everybody's mind. Trump said he's fine if he qualifies. Well, what should the qualifications be? That's the thing. He might be okay with it knowing he's not going to make, or he's very unlikely to make, the qualifications. Not interested in debates anymore. Okay. Is he not doing the primaries tonight? There's no way to watch? Hmm, interesting. I thought about any counties Biden could flip. Any that he could actually flip? Man, I think he would have to it would have to be anything that was within 1 or 2 points that is suburban. And I can't think of any off the top of my head. I know he did win Williamson County, Texas last time, narrowly. If it wasn't for that, I that's going to be a county to watch. That could flip back toward Trump if Biden remains unpopular, but that's a county that has moved toward Biden. That's one I could think of off the top of my head, but it already did flip. Otherwise, maybe some more exurban counties somewhere. He graduated May 30th. Well, I'm not sure from what. Could be middle school, could be graduate school, could be law school, something, anything. But congratulations. Uh, Focused on successes. What he would do and some Sheehy attacks. I got to see what Sheehy does in that campaign. I did have a poll out on the community tab a long time ago asking who the nominee would be there. Rosendale, I believe, was the winner. But then since then, Sheehy got into the race. He made it competitive, and Rosendale dropped out. And now we've got Sheehy and Tester. But that's going to be a great race. From high school, I see. All right, well, moving on up in the world. Good luck with whatever you go for next. The Maris poll? Yeah, I did. I should be having a video out on that one tomorrow. So that'll be something to take a look at. But we haven't had a ton out of Ohio lately, but we did get the Maris poll. Trump was up 7. Brown was up 5. So that's a 12-point spread. I don't know if people are going to buy that poll, but it's something to take a look at. Decent chance of debate being more civilized. It's a three-way. I mean, I'm for the three-way debate with Kennedy. I mean, you got to have some requirements. You can't just have 9 people up there with very low polling. But I mean, Kennedy's above that for sure. So, but the two parties don't necessarily want it. That's usually what happens. So I don't know what Kennedy's going to do. Looks like he's kind of stalled out as of late. I saw he was suing New York to get on the ballot. Something with his signatures being invalidated, so he's got to go to court again there. Eaton County, Michigan. Okay, I'd have to take a look at the margin, but a lot of counties out there. That could be one. I can't know where every county is off the top of my head. Jefferson, Texas. Uh, you're updating the detailed popular vote prediction comment I made on the four-way video every so often. Oh, on my four. Oh, that was months ago. That was the Kennedy. I think that was Kennedy Cornell West. If I haven't gotten a comment on that in a while, if you did, I haven't gotten a notification. Senior Scoops, hello. Nice to see you. To qualify, it should be 15% polling. They shouldn't choose to not let him participate. I could see even 10% being a reasonable hurdle. 10%, that's double digits. Eaton 0.8%. Jefferson 1.5. Okay. I mean, it's going to be tough as of right now to gauge which counties are going to move toward Biden. His popularity is very low. He is in power. So as of now, it looks like the vast majority seems like a little bit of a shift toward the right. Of course, that's going to be have a lot of variation depending on the county, but it's going to be tough to gauge that now. I'm going to have to. That's going to be something to take a look at probably in October and then right before the election. Okay, turning to updated. Okay. Sometimes I miss notifications, and sometimes I miss some comments. I mean, there's just way too many in some videos. I can't respond to all of them. Sometimes it doesn't tell me. Sometimes it seems like they get deleted. I've had some people say their comment is gone and they don't know where it went. That's unfortunate, but not a lot I could do about that. And sometimes there's way too many comments. I can't take, 2 hours responding to 50 comments. That's untenable. But I do try to respond to most comments, even if it's brief. You think Sherrod Brown could move into a tilt or lean D if polls continue to show Brown with a decent margin? You don't see it as much competitive like everyone else says. I mean, my last prediction was a tilt for Brown. That's what I've had it at. Uh, I don't know if I'm going to move it, but I have a tough time seeing Brown win by 5. That to me seems too much. But it's early. I mean, everybody knows Brown. Marino has lower name ID. He's just getting started. I don't even know. I didn't see any ads for Marino or anything. Maybe he's got something going on. We'll see what he does, but it's it's early. There could be late breakers. The partisan lean of the state could kick in right at the end. Sometimes we see late movement. October, last 3 weeks, that could be when things actually fall into place. So just because we're in September eventually, it doesn't necessarily mean that election is over. And there hasn't been a whole ton of movement following the conviction. I think there's been slight movement where Biden has gotten Democrats behind him a little bit more. But overall, it hasn't been a shock. And that's in the immediate fallout. I would think that would be at its highest the following week or two. That might really lose its prominence following the debates. People might not really be talking about the conviction much. Of course, there's sentencing. That's something else. But I don't know how much staying power that conviction is going to have. If right after it barely moved the needle, it's not a great sign. Maybe people, especially Democrats, were probably thinking that this is going to be it. Biden's going to go up 5, Trump's going to drop 5, and it's going to be a sweep in the swing states. That didn't happen at all. All right. Talking counties, Eaton County, Jefferson County. Um, Brown getting maybe up to double digits is way too popular to lose. You're thinking Brown, Sherrod Brown, could win by 10 points in that Senate race? That to me is, even in 18, he didn't win by 10, and that was a blue wave. I would not think that at all, but hey, you never know. You made a county prediction map. For every county. Okay, I mean, if you put it in the comments at some point, I could glance over it if I have time. I mean, a lot of times I'm really strapped on time to keep the channel going, keep the content going, get to the comments, and also take care of everything else that I have to take care of outside of the channel, which is sometimes a lot. Brown wins 51.5 to 48.5. Yeah, seems reasonable. How much crossover vote is there going to be? That's the question. Can't tell if Tester has a lot of advantages to be able to win Sheehy, not being from Montana, could hurt him. Yeah, that's true. The carpetbagger claim. Look like Rosendale, but Montana is a mystery. Yeah, it's really crazy, these two races in Montana and Ohio. On paper, you'd think Republicans should hold those seats, and they're going to have to at least get one of them if they want an outright Senate majority, because I don't think they can lose both of those, but then flip Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Because West Virginia, that's in the bag. Looks like a 50-50 tie is the worst case scenario for the GOP under reasonable circumstances. Still have to make sure Ted Cruz and Rick Scott don't completely collapse. You think Ohio polls are going to be extremely inaccurate? It implies a lot of ticket splitting in a polarizing age. Yeah, the polls, they were not accurate. Back in 2020, the aggregate polling had Trump up 1 point in Ohio, and he won it by 8. That's a 7 point gap. Now, we have no idea what it's going to be next time. Polls could be completely accurate or underestimate Biden. But if you go by the last couple of elections in the Rust Belt area, then it would seem like Trump could be underestimated, at least by 1 or 2 points, maybe. That seems reasonable based on the past overestimations. But it's tough to say. We got debates coming. Yeah, that's going to be fascinating stuff because I got to see how they're both going to position themselves. Biden's got to come out there and not look so old, and Trump's got to come out there and try to not not be dismayed by the conviction, because I don't know how much is going to be brought up in the debate. If every 2 sentences Biden is going to bring that up, it might wear out pretty quick. But Biden's in power. He's got to answer for what's going on the last 3.5 years. And people are not happy out there. If you're looking to send a link of your map, you could always just reply in the comments to the live stream or any of the videos, really. It's always fun to see other people's predictions because it's really anybody's guess. I think we all would have been wrong at least once in the past several elections. But it also matters how far you're off. If it's going to be very narrow and you just happen to be on the opposite side, it's not a huge deal. But if you're way off in the margins in a bunch of states, then that's a problem. And that's what we saw in the polling. I did 2 videos on the polling, how biased they were in 16 and 20. And they were bad. They were bad in both years. I got a video out today the 2024 map based on the prediction markets. Take a look at that video if you haven't taken a look at it yet. All right, you're calling it now. Tester is the winner. Okay. If Democrats have an amazing night, you could see Cruz barely losing. Yeah, it would take an amazing night. I would agree. I had that just, I think, outside of the best case scenario for the Dems and the Senate. I think I got it down to a tilt for Cruz in my last one. So we're in agreement there on Texas. We'll find in November, but you won't be surprised if both Montana and Ohio flips easily because of polarization. That's true. They could just flip easily. Marino could win by 3 or 4, maybe 5. Sheehy could win by 4, 5, 6. Easily could happen. Right now, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But let's check back in 3 or 4 months when people actually start paying attention. I mean, if you follow prior elections, you can see that sometimes, and a lot of times, polls change in the final 1 or 2 months. And what happens in May, June, or even July is no guarantee that's what's going to happen in November. In the debates, they're going to fight each other 70%. Yeah, I think I don't. Trump can't come out there and just go heavy on talking over Biden. That's probably going to put off some more moderate voters. But Biden, I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to he should try to defend his own record. That's what he should do because people are not happy with it. If he's just going to try to scare people from Trump, I think that does wear thin. I think if you're scared of Trump, you're already scared of him. I don't think you're going to get more scared of him because Biden says so in a debate. Do I think Kennedy make the debate stage? Not really. I don't. I don't think so at this point. You can see polls overestimating Trump a bit, but heavily overestimating Democrats' ability to ticket split down ballot. Yeah. I mean, we can only analyze the polls we've got at this point in time. We can't say what the polls are going to be in even a few weeks. But we got to make adjustments as we go. Raskin needs to lose. I would think he would have been more vulnerable in a primary. Yeah, that is a blue district. All right, so again, thanks for everybody that's stopping by, whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours or however long we go. We're about 23 seconds away from polls closing in the Palmetto State. That is South Carolina. We've got a little bit of action here. First District Republican side, Nancy Mace. She's going up here. And she's facing Catherine Templeton. Trump has endorsed Mace, but we know back in 2022, he endorsed her opponent. Now he's back in Mace. That is this coastal district here. And the Supreme Court allowed this map to continue. So that's one of the big ones to follow. There could be some others. I haven't had as much time as I'd have liked to look more at some of these primary races. But again, it's just a primary. A lot of this will be forgotten about for the general election. Will Perry win in PA 10? I would think he would. That's the Harrisburg district, I believe. Oh, boom, we've got results just like that. Those are the uncontested races. I like how they got on that right away. But that district in PA, it's not one that Republicans should take completely for granted. Okay, Adam Morgan to take on Raskin and the Swamp. I'm not familiar. That must have been that is that Raskin's opponent on the Republican side in that district? I can't imagine Raskin losing no matter what. I mean, I even if he tried to lose, even if he was plagued with scandal, I think he would still win. North Dakota. Who's going to win that one? Probably Rick. Well, Rick Becker. If Trump endorsed Julie here, Federachek, if that's the correct pronunciation. But Rick Becker, he's the higher profile name. So he's got a shot, but that's going to be one to take a look at. Um, McCarthy is trying to take down Mace. I did hear about that. I saw he's trying to go after her, which that seemed a little weird to me, just especially because he's already resigned. Lap Entertainment. Yeah, we do have a stream. You made it. We're doing it. Somebody's running for South Carolina. Not sure who we're talking about there. Uh, against Timmons. Oh, this. But how is he going to take down Raskin? I thought we were. Somebody mentioned taking down Raskin, but if you have the inside info on this race, uh, feel free to mention it. I did look these up the other day, real quick, but I got caught up yesterday in some other stuff, so I forgot about a lot of the specifics of these primary races. Competitive races, there's not going to be a ton, but again, South Carolina's first on the Republican side. That one should be a little competitive. I don't know about Nevada. I think we'll come back to that, but North Dakota could have some action here in their at-large district. And Maine is another one for the second district on the Republican side. Maybe this has some action, but Austin Terrio, he might be the favorite. He got the Trump endorsement. I would think that might make him a favorite. Wow, I like this. Jared Forrest Golden. I was actually not even aware that was his middle name, but they put that on here. That is hilarious. So we've got the uncontested races called. We'll see when we actually get some hard data here. Masters and Habana could do that. Masters, yeah, in that Arizona district, that I believe they're going to face off. There's a lot of people running for that district. That's the Debbie Lesko district. Raskin did not want the Senate. All right. The Senate, people tend to be more civil, mature. You don't have the luxury of speaking out in the House. I mean, they make speeches though. Uh, Okay, we're still talking about Raskin. I'm surprised Raskin is getting that much action here in the commentary. Where we did do his primary. I did that the Maryland stream. I think that was the last one I did where Trone went down to Alsabrooks big time. Nevada 3, primary going to be competitive. Going against Susie Lee. That should be the district most likely to flip in the general of the three that are held by Democrats, in my opinion. We've got the U.S. Senate race there, though, too. That should be Sam Brown pretty comfortably, I would guess. But I believe he did not even get an endorsement from Trump. Maybe he did and I missed it. Gunter can make a surprise with Brown. I noticed Gunter rising in the polls. Yeah, but it might be a little too late. I think a lot of people already voted, didn't they? Hunter Biden 28 odds. I don't often say zero, but I'll leave it at that. Why did they do that to his middle name and other politicians out there? Maybe that's how he's officially on the ballot there, but that is kind of peculiar that just him, it really stands out. They couldn't have just put his middle initial. But that's odd. Just him. Congressional age limits. Looks like that's coming up here in North Dakota. Should they impose age limits? If it survives legal challenges, it would ban North Dakotans from being elected or appointed to Congress if they turn 81 by the end of the year before their term expired. Is that going to pass? I don't know. I haven't looked up anything on that, but that's interesting. I would guess it's not going to survive legal challenges. I don't even know how many people would vote for that. I guessing that's going to be kind of mixed, but maybe people want it. Yeah, there's more bickering in the House. Well, because for one, there's more seats, way more. But yeah, some of those House members have not yet trickled up into the Senate, the more vocal ones. I don't know if they could even get there, but there is more rancor in the House. Trump endorses Brown on Saturday. Did he endorse him? Okay. That slipped through then. All right. So he does have that. Ohio 6. They put the Democrat middle initial. I do think they have the middle initial on some of these people, but yeah. And this is the general election here, this district. Two Michaels going at it. This will replace the vacancy of Bill Johnson, I believe. But this is a pretty red district. This should not be competitive. But again, it's going to be all about the margins. If Democrats close the gap, if they win it by 15 points or something, or if Republicans win it by 15 points, that could be a potential headline that the margin is narrowed. Still got nothing here in South Carolina. Merrill Pipecorn and the governor's race would be too old. Okay. if she is it for North Dakota? Because that's where this referendum is for. Oh, that's the Democrat. Gotcha. Age 75. All right. All right. So again, great to have people in here for the stream. It's been about a month since we did one. So we're doing another one. It's no easy feat to get this stream up on time and sit on here for several hours, but let's do it. Hope everybody's enjoying the content. Putting up a video every day, daily content, variety of videos. There's something for everybody. Okay, oh yeah, is that? Yeah, this is just for Congress, not for governor. This congressional age limit. I wonder what the margin's going to be on that. And it's interesting they have it at 81. Is that just because Biden is 81? Is that some kind of dig at Biden? Will I ever get bummed out? Oh, burned out, sorry, from making content. Well, the burnout is there on some days for sure. With between the channel and things outside of the channel, the burnout is it's real. But I keep things going smoothly. I've had something up every day. I can't promise it could stay like that forever. You never know what's going to change. The channel growth has been slow the past month, so that's disheartening. But we hit 3,100 subscribers. 3,100 yesterday. Be nice to get to 4,000 or 5,000 and then keep going. But been doing this a while now. But there is definitely burnout. It's easier to do a stream that I think that it is to make a video. The videos take time editing, piecing it together, setting it up. The stream is easier in most ways, not always, but in most ways. Will I be doing a stream November 4th? I assume you mean the 5th is election day. Is that, unless you meant the day before. But on election day, presumably I would be on there. I did one for the 23 elections. I did one for the 2022 midterms. That's the big one. Election day, I would assume I'll be on there. And hopefully everybody else will stop by as well. Berkeley County has very little data coming in. Okay, we got a little bit here. There it is. 55%. Nancy Mace opens up with 1% in. Catherine Templeton, 32%. William Young, he hangs on with 12%. 815 votes. All right. So I'm sure some more regulars will stop by. A lot of people probably lurking. That's all good. Lurking on streams. That's the way to do it if you're not into sharing your thoughts. But yeah, I'm sure we'll have a lot of people stop by. And maybe this is your first stream. Maybe this is your fifth stream. Not sure how many we've done. Probably about 6 or 7. Maybe 8. But a lot of good videos out there. Put up a lot of good stuff, I think. There's something for everybody. Election night will be very, very tense. Yeah, it's probably going to carry on into the next day. It could even carry on to the next week. But it is going to be completely crazy. That's the most likely scenario. It was crazy last time. It was crazy in 16. The last non-crazy election has to be back in 12. Was May's seat formerly held by Joe Cunningham? I believe so. That that sounds about right. Yeah, Cunningham, he got in there, then he got out of there right away. He tried to get a promotion to the Senate. And it looked like he might have been leading in the polls, but he went down to Tom Tillis. You called off work already to watch the election. You're going to be up all day to watch the 24 election. Are you going to be right here? Where are you going to be? You going to do a variety of sources? You're going to have 6 or 7 channels up? Maybe this one included? 10 minutes till we get some action here in Ohio. 2% of the vote in, at least on the Democratic side. Michael Moore, maybe the filmmaker, is running in this race, and I just never knew about it this entire time. Maybe he moved to South Carolina, and he's running to take out Mace. Do I think Gunter could have won Nevada's primary if Trump endorsed him? I guess it depends how far back you go. But Sam Brown looked like he was the front runner for a while because he ran last time in 22. And a lot of times people who don't win the nomination, but they have a strong showing, they come back the next time, such as David McCormick in Pennsylvania. So, I mean, I guess if you go back far enough and there was enough Trump momentum, probably anybody could have won that nomination. That's going to be a good race if it's Sam Brown against Jackie Rosen. Election day needs to be a federal holiday, so all people working can get the day off to watch the election. I did that community poll a few weeks ago asking if it should be a federal holiday. I'm assuming you voted in that one. Most people, I think, agreed, but there is some pushback on that. North Carolina, Tillis versus Cunningham. Cunningham ran. Oh, that is right. Wow, I did get that confused. Tillis, yeah, that is North Carolina. Yeah, wow. Some of these names and races occasionally run together, but you're right. He did go for the promotion though, to the governor's race, but yeah, he got wiped out against McMaster. Will be interesting who wins Nevada primary. There was endorsement drama. That's what I was saying. I didn't hear that. I heard Trump did not make an endorsement, but it looks like that he has endorsed Brown, according to some of these comments here. We got to watch out for Virginia's presidential race. Could get closer. That's what people say. I know the poll did show it tied at 42. I'm guessing by election day, there's a lot of dissatisfied Biden voters that would come back. I don't think it's going to be that competitive. It doesn't really need to be. It's not one of the major battlegrounds. Kel Cunningham, yeah. Trump endorsed Brown. The other guy was mad at him for endorsing Brown. Okay. So we've got 1% in here, and then it kind of just stagnated. We've got a little bit here in the 6th and the 7th. That is the Clyburn district, so whoever wins this is going to lose to Clyburn. Do I pay attention to any elections outside the U.S.? Very little. It's a dramatic drop off once you go outside the U.S. There was some elections in Europe yesterday. I put a post out on the community tab if people were interested in those, but I try to focus on the US. There's just too much out there. It's tough to even focus just on the US, but not much. Even if I did pay attention a little bit, I don't think I would cover it. My interest is more in the US by far. Michigan is the one you're watching closely, which hurt. Biden has to win. Yeah, Biden would have to win that, but Trump's going to have to win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. He's going to have to pick off one of those, assuming he's actually flipping Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. And that's not a guarantee. That special election is pretty red. That is very safe red in the general election, which is this. If this flipped, this would be international news to try to emphasize how crazy that would be. All right. Very slow going here on the updates. 1%. Still one. 3 minutes here for Ohio. We've got Maine coming up in 33. North Dakota as well, and then a little bit later on, we've got Nevada. I guess the focus is going to be on this first congressional district to see how much danger Nancy Mace is actually in. Probably not that much. I know Catherine Templeton did get some, she had some momentum, she had some key endorsements. Probably could pull that up. Here we go. Okay, Templeton, she's got Gingrich, McCarthy, Joe Wilson. But Mace, she's got McMaster, she's got Mike Johnson, and she's got Trump. Here's the polling on it. Mace with a pretty much a better than 2-1 lead here. All right, 2% in. It narrows up very slightly. I don't think that Democrat would win in Ohio there. That would be completely crazy if that flipped. It's just so red. Uh, would it be a positive sign for Dems if the Democrat closed the margins slightly? I mean, it's not going to hurt if you narrow the margins, but if it's slight, then yeah, you can attribute that to anything. That's just going to be low turnout in a special election. How much is that going to matter for the general? I don't know. I wouldn't say that much, but if it's a significant reduction, it's something to take a look at. But again, it's going to be low turnout. Trump can still win without Michigan and Pennsylvania. He has to win Georgia. He's likely to do so in Wisconsin. I don't know if he's likely. I think that might have been the only state he was actually trailing in the, based on the current polling video. He was trailing in Wisconsin only. I do think that should be the state he's most likely to win of the three, but there's no guarantees there. Some people have said that there's Democratic governors in those three states that are going to be that's going to be an advantage for the Dems there. I don't know about that, but neither side should take anything for granted. Was that Donald Trump getting 272? Which Joe Biden 266? I'm not sure which map you're talking about, but um, if you're talking about one of the videos I did, I don't think it was that narrow in any of the polling videos I did. I think Trump was pretty much comfortably ahead in most of the polling, but the polling is kind of up in the air right now because of the fallout. The fallout from the conviction, it's still pretty fresh. Maybe it leads somewhere, maybe it doesn't. We've got a debate coming up, and then we've got sentencing coming up. That's going to be the middle of the summer. Does Trump have a better chance of winning Virginia or Maine at large? Oof. I don't think either are likely at all, so got to go way down the list for me. I would think Maine at large, but just 'cause the DC suburbs, I think, are just, I don't think they're going to, if they come back a little bit toward Trump, I don't think it's going to be enough for it to get to the point where it could flip. I don't think Maine at large would flip either. I know there's been the polling, it's not current. It did show Trump in the lead, but again, both candidates were in the 30s. I think a lot of those are just Biden voters that are going to come back for him, but they're just dissatisfied at the time the poll was taken. can see the Dems closing the margins. Reps in Ohio seem to always have controversies and not listening to their voters. Yeah, I guess, but I mean, I think the more, a little bit more moderate candidate for the Republicans is the nominee. Michael Ruley, I think he's the little bit more mainstream candidate. And it's just so red. I mean, this is pretty much Trump country. Um, so some predictions he would get 272, Biden 262. Okay. Not sure which predictions. I haven't seen that, unless you're including toss ups. If Dems win the Senate in Ohio, they could try very hard to claw back support. Yeah, there's never any real telling what's going to happen in 4 years, 6 years, even 2 years, obviously. But it does look like the state is red enough. But then again, in a post-Trump world, how red is Ohio going to be? I don't think it's going to all of a sudden just go back to being a major battleground. It could go back a little bit left. That's possible. But it seems like it's pretty much red enough. Okay, now we've got a little bit of a vote dump here. 7% in. Nancy Mace is at 59. Catherine Templeton, 27%. $10 in. Now we're getting some votes pouring in here. The debate, yeah, the debate should be something, assuming it happens. I think it would happen, but something could change at the last minute if they can't agree on the format. I understand there's not going to be any audience. They might cut the microphones. Who knows who exactly, if they could agree on everything. Maybe there'll be another situation like with Rick Scott, where he debated Charlie Crist, and there was a fan under his podium at the debate back in 14, and Fangate, I think that's what it was called. Rick Scott refused to come out and debate because the fan was against the rules. That was a big thing about 10 years ago. The Dems take a Sunbelt approach in 28. What do you say Andy Bashir would be the best pick? Andy Bashir is fascinating because, yeah, he's a red state, very red state Democrat. And that is intriguing on its own. How much appeal could he have nationally in these other red states? I mean, it's easy to just think, okay, you got to pick somebody that has crossover appeal, like Andy Bashir or maybe Larry Hogan in a blue state. But in a primary, I don't know if voters want that. Voters don't really want to have a super moderate candidate. They're tired of the establishment. They want some kind of change. And Andy Bashir, I don't think that guy is exhibiting change vibes. He might be the guy who can get it done because he might have a little bit of appeal with some more conservative voters, but so yeah, Andy Bashir is good for the kind of a starting point on which Democrats could have success in redder states, but I don't know. He's not going to excite progressives, and he might even go for the. I think he turned down going for the McConnell seat, but he could change his mind. Why do you think so many people think Brown and Tester are DOA? Because they're basically states Trump is going to carry comfortably. So, of course, the down ballot race should follow suit, and the Republicans should win. That's what I think they think. And that's not totally unfounded. It makes some sense. If Trump's going to win Montana by way over 10, 15 points, well, can't John Tester also go down? And in Ohio, if Trump's going to win that state by 8 to 10 points, maybe it's 7, maybe it's 11. Well, maybe Bernie Moreno can win by at least 1 or 2. It makes some sense, but these are long-time incumbents here. They're very tested. All right, here we go. This district does have a little bit of blue in it. I guess that's the part that reported first. Oh, you meant to say 266. Okay, I got you. I'm still not sure exactly what prediction you were talking about. Uh, if Brown wins in 24, he could run in 28. Yeah, he could. I mean, I've done some predictions with Brown. I think he has strengths. Economic strengths are the bulk of them. I think that's how he wins elections. But he's going to be kind of old at that point. I mean, he's kind of old now. I don't know. I don't know how much national appeal he would have. Maybe as a VP type of pick. But even then, Ohio should be going red, I would imagine, under most reasonable circumstances. Okay. All right. I think Brown would change Ohio presidential elections because it would be the same with Montana, West Virginia. Okay, we red, a bit of a feeling a strong candidate could bring. All right, we've got a healthy debate going on here. That's what it's all about. Yeah, part of this district has a little bit of blue. It's not 100% blue across the board, but this all will be in the under these spots here. Has a little bit of Mahoning in it. 7% in. And right now, it might look like it's a little bit precarious there for the Republican. But I'm sure it'll change pretty quickly. And this independent really has 0 votes out of 4,300. That seems very weird. But yeah, I believe this has some of the Youngstown area in it, in this Mahoning district, Mahoning County. 21% in there. Let's go back to South Carolina. We've still got 10% in here. 19 minutes for Maine. Still no more races called. We've got we've got the state legislator. That's super down ballot. I don't know what's going on down ballot here in the state legislator, but it's a lot of House districts here. Maybe you're from South Carolina. That's great. You might know a little bit more about that. You saw the poll in Ohio Center race, Sherrod Brown, 5%. Yeah, I should have a video on that tomorrow. Be covering that tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Would Ohio 6 be? Yeah, it would definitely be a flip, but there's almost no chance it is going to flip because all this is very, very red territory south of Mahoning and Stark County. And this is for the general election, so this is a election to fill a vacancy in the U.S. House. And then we've got another special election in Colorado coming up, I think in a couple weeks, fill that vacancy, the Ken Buck seat. A lot of people resigning early, so filling these seats in the House. Just the early vote, very blue. I'm not sure. I can never remember what they do with the states as far as counting the early votes and reporting the early votes. If they do it first, if they did it everywhere, I would think then we'd get early vote in these counties too. We've got Steve Bullock. He ran against Daines. Bullock lost. He lost by 10%. I remember that, 55 to 45. Purple governor, and still lost. Tester being there didn't help. Everybody loves to. There's always a different race or a different candidate or a different election people can point to qualify their argument, and it's pretty much nobody's really wrong. It's all how much is that going to matter for the future, and that's where we just don't know. I mean, Steve Daines did win re-election. He was the incumbent. Bullock was trying to go from governor to Senate, and it didn't happen. The polling showed it close, though. I remember Steve Daines cutting ads saying that he's in danger and he needs your help. But in the end, he won by 10. Now, Tester is the incumbent. He's already been in there 3 terms. And Tim Sheehy, he might be branded a carpetbagger. People don't really know who he is. So he's got his work cut out for him. Same thing with Bernie Moreno. These are guys people just don't know who they are. Yeah, this must be early vote then. That probably makes sense. %10 still. 10% in both states. We've got 10% in South Carolina and Ohio. And we're 14 minutes in Maine. It is weird how early vote is just so blue. Same day is just so red. Maybe that'll change in the future. We don't know. Last 3 senators in red states appeal to voters that no one else can do. Washington County is blood red, bar plus 40. All right, we've got something in here. A little bit of red here now on the map. I assume it's all going to get much redder from this point. Or I guess some of these counties could have some blue early vote. Again, I'm not sure how they count it. I'm just going to see what happens as it comes in. It's more exciting that way. Okay, we've kind of stalled out here in South Carolina in the Nancy Mace district. If it flips, it would flip it. That's true. If somehow it did flip, unless there's some sort of weird scandal, something happening in that district. I think Wisconsin may be tired of Republicans a bit. It may hurt them in the election. Probably future Senate races too. Probably closest. Okay. Good to see some interesting conversation here about different states, different races. South Carolina 3. This one. Okay. Yeah, that is really close. It's almost a three-way tie. Let's see if we got any updates. Okay, a little bit here. Not much still. And this is a gap though right now. Probably because they're gonna need to close this unless something, or they should close unless something dramatic is happening. This would be a complete tsunami if somehow this were the final margin. This would be a dozens of points of a shift. But this third district, this should be an open seat here in the third. Jeff Duncan retiring. We can pull that up. And we've got one poll for this district, but look at that. 12% is the leader. That is nothing. Yeah, was there any endorsements in this race? Okay, we got Mark Burns does apparently have a Trump endorsement. Did not know that. McMaster has endorsed Biggs. Interesting. Burns right now is in last, third place. Yeah, there's a lot more other candidates. Forgot about that. But last of the top three here, Biggs is the leader. Let's go back here. Slightly narrowing up here again. I'm assuming they're counting the same day vote now, and it's just skewing Republican, and it's starting to trickle in, but these are just assumptions here. If you go back to, actually all these districts are even at the top here where they have some of this Youngstown area, the whole the whole county is still red. This is last time when Bill Johnson won, but some of these precincts do capture part of Youngstown, but the rest is very, very red. So that's what we should be looking at. Johnson winning it with 67% of the vote, almost 68. So that's a 35-point spread. So I'm assuming that's going to eventually just keep getting redder. Because again, that would be way, way too much of a shift. All right, back to the comments. Which state is the worst gerrymander? Well, I've reviewed them all on this channel. Some of you might have seen those videos. I've done top 10 best, worst, top 10 worst for the Republicans, worst for the Democrats. I've rated them all. I've done a lot of analysis on them, and Illinois is the worst one that I have seen. Now, since then, the North Carolina map has gotten redrawn. That one is pretty bad. I haven't compared it to the other maps because they did that way after. But Illinois, I think, is the worst. The North Carolina one is pretty bad. It's lopsided. But there's a whole lot of debate about what's actually fair. You've got geography, you've got the partisan lean. There's some states that are kind of bad, but not horrible. But for me, it's always been Illinois. That one just seemed to be just so egregious. Yeah, the independent, I don't, yeah, he has 0. I'm not sure. Maybe there's something going on here. I don't know. Because, yeah, actually, maybe, who knows? Sometimes there's tabulation errors. We'll find out. Um, yeah, if somehow this one blew, it'd be the biggest swing. I mean, it seems like ever. It'd be swinging 60 points. Independent and Ohio race is weird because the New York Times, it shows independent, NBC, it shows write-in. Okay, could be some discrepancies. Uh, there's only 16%, and again, it could be early vote. We'll have to stay in suspense. We'll find out what happens. But if this was at all the case, then they would have called this thing. If this was actually this lopsided and the Democrat was going to win, then it would seem like this would be called. But yep, okay, Illinois is the worst. Nevada is yeah, Nevada is not good, but there's 4 districts there. It's just it's a little different, but yeah, that could use some balancing, I suppose. Still at 10% here in South Carolina. 2018 All Red beat incumbent Pete Sessions after 16. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. We're All Red defeated. I think, yeah, he, well, must be Pete Sessions then. Yeah, suburban vote did shift dramatically around that time period. It's 1 a.m. Is it already? Staying up. Sounds good. We're gonna follow it together, you know? It's gonna be an adventure. Should be exciting. Three minutes for Maine. At least until the polls close. We might have to sit here a while still. The Democrats are way ahead in counting the vote here in South Carolina. Don't know why they're significantly ahead than the Republicans, more than twice. Thoughts on Black Ops 6? Is that about the video game? I no comment on that. I don't know enough if that's what we're talking about. Every election is exciting, even if it doesn't really matter. It's thrilling. Yeah, that's what I think. I like to cover the elections, and regardless of what happens, I just want to see what happens. I think that's more interesting than necessarily rooting for or against somebody. It's just neat to see what actually happens. All right, a little bit of a vote dump here. You know, and again, I haven't followed the specifics of this race. Maybe somebody's from this district or near it or has looked into it. Maybe they had a debate. Maybe Michael Ruley collapsed. Maybe there's a scandal that I didn't hear about. North Dakota, okay, it's also coming in. Got it up right here. Nevada, that's going to be in another couple of hours or 1 hour. All these time zones makes it extra confusing. And we've got nothing new coming in here, really. Very, very little. So far, it's shaping up to be exciting. But we did the stream for Ohio and their Senate primary, and you might remember during that one, it was very, very close with Bernie Moreno, and that race got called quickly. And in the end, Moreno opened up a huge lead, and we were wondering, well, what's going on? And this is Ohio, different election, but the election day voting, I apparently skewed heavily for Moreno, and he just won it with no serious competition. You wish America was a time zone? Yeah, time zones. That doesn't make it easier. All right, polls closed now in Maine and North Dakota. Oh yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours for Nevada. That's going to be late. South Carolina really slowed down. I mean, they had it going on, and then it just really got slow. Templeton's leading here in this area. All right. So again, thanks for stopping by to everybody that first stream or fifth stream, whatever it is. We're doing another election night stream. It's been about 4 or 5 weeks. So whatever you're doing in your day, It's always great to have you stop by for a little while or the entire thing to see what's happening with politics. What do voters want? We're going to find out tonight in South Carolina, Maine, North Dakota, Nevada, and we have one general election, special election for the U.S. House here in Ohio. It's a very red district with 18% in. It looks like it's a very blue district. So we're waiting to see what happens here, to see what kind of election day voting actually pulls in. Because this independent candidate has 0 votes. All right. Reggie Stoltzfus voters are going for a curb check. Stoltzfus was the guy that Ruley defeated in the primary. No scandals? All right. Okay, both have strong candidates. Fair enough. Some kind of tabulation error. I mean, it does look like that. We've seen that before. It's not totally impossible. There's a tabulation error. Um, I would think that's more likely than a 50 plus point swing, especially because Michael Ruley is the little bit more moderate candidate, or however you want to put it. I can't remember if Trump endorsed Ruley in the primary. Be something to go back and take a look at. Let's see if we can do that. Here it is. Here's the primary. Ruley won with 49%. Stoltzfus was at about 41. And there's very little endorsements here, actually. But from what I can understand, I remember looking this up at the time. Ruley was maybe considered, he got labeled some kind of a rhino or more moderate or something in that direction by Stoltzfus. So apparently that didn't matter. He won the election and 87 votes in the 87,000 votes, 88,000 in the primary for the Republicans. Dems are at 30 and a half. All right. Let's see. This could be about abortion, but it can't be. I think we gotta let's wait a little bit longer. Let's get another 10-15% of the vote in. See if something clears up. NBC, there's a write-in, but not independent, shows 8 votes. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe NBC is ahead, or maybe there's some discrepancy between these different outlets. Chris Christie was leading a primary at Super Tuesday. That's true. We were doing the stream. I forgot about that. Chris Christie was leading. You're right. Abortion. Okay. New York Times showed us that Haley won Holmes County by 20. Yeah, there's occasional errors. Somebody on social media could be talking about this. Maybe Dave Wasserman is on Twitter. Maybe he's covering this. Michael Moore. There is Michael Moore running here. He is leading for the Dems in the first congressional district in South Carolina. He's very moderate. Okay. Do I watch other political YouTube channels? Not lately. It's too much time for me to look at other people's channels and then focus on my own channel and then also focus on things outside of the channel. It's just way too much time. So I also don't necessarily want to be influenced by other channels. Everything I do is pretty much my own thing for the most part. I don't want to try to rip anybody off or anything. But in the past, I've seen some of the other channels. People often bring up Let's Talk Elections, Red Eagle Politics as the two big left and right channels. I've seen some of their stuff and other channels here and there. I've seen some stuff, but not too much, especially as of late. I kind of just focus on my own channel and everything else. Oh, was there a cheese question? I thought I saw something. I might have missed it. You might have to ask it again. I can't find it. So, all right, we've got Shelley Pingree, uncontested. She's the nominee. That's the very blue district. Republicans really have no chance here. But did Mace win? Not yet. But she's got a pretty substantial lead. Michael Moore, yeah, the filmmaker, the director. Again, maybe he moved to South Carolina and he's running in that race and nobody ever told me. You prefer neutral political channels like this? Well, I appreciate that. That's generally what I hear, but of course, sometimes people hear one sentence and they think that if you're totally neutral, you can never veer in any direction ever in any circumstance. But I mean, I'll call out things that I don't like or that I like once in a while. But for the most part, I like to just see what's going on. Sometimes I've got some opinions. Can't completely come off as a robot and never, ever comment on anything. Okay, Jared Golden, the uncontested nominee in the second. So this race should be interesting. Austin Theriault, that is this guy here. He has the Trump nomination, or the endorsement, excuse me. You think they would carry some weight here? So we'll see if that matters. North Dakota, we've got nothing. Close one here in the 3rd District in South Carolina. Again, we just saw that Mark Burns apparently had the endorsement from Trump in a primary. We got to see. Maybe that kind of thing matters. Maybe it doesn't. Sherry Biggs had the endorsement from Henry McMaster. So a little bit of a disagreement there on the endorsements. But this is an open seat to replace Jeff Duncan. Are there any races that you expect to have outcomes surprising people? Any upsets? Well, it's difficult to answer before we've gotten through a lot of primaries. Still a bunch coming up over the next couple of months. Uh, be easier to answer that. It's not going to be easy, but it'll be a little bit easier to answer that probably late October, early November. But what upsets could there be? I don't know. Maybe it depends how you define upset. But I'd have to think about it. Maybe in Washington, if Dave Reichert takes out Bob Ferguson there for governor, that would be an upset. If Joe Kent beats Marie Gluesenkamp Perez in that congressional district, that could be an upset. He does have to make it through the primary, but if he did, that could be something. Other than that, I think a lot of the races would be an upset if Republicans won in Nevada, if they won in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. I think those would all be upsets. I think the Democrats are favored there. Now, maybe the red wave emerges in 2 or 3 months and it becomes less surprising, but I think those would be upsets. Yeah, Jared Golden, he's the blue dog Democrat. He's got appeal in a red district, and I would imagine he's going to win, but it could get close. Okay, Republican in Ohio sounds, in your opinion, like Lisa from Senate. That Lisa from Senate, that is not, I'm not sure who we're talking about there. Really moderate compared to other candidates. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I said he was a little bit more moderate. I'm not sure if he's supposed to be the super moderate candidate. I mean, if he is, maybe some Trump voters are staying home and not supporting him. However, this is who they wanted. They just had the primary and they voted for this guy. So I don't see why they would vote for him and then 2 months later decide they don't want him. Oh, Murkowski. Oh, you're talking about in Alaska. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. So he's then he would be considered a rhino, just like Murkowski and Susan Collins. But they just voted for this guy again, as I just said in the primary. So I don't know why it would be that different. I feel like maybe not. Trump Republicans in Maine are very quiet. Collins is Republican, but not aligned with Trump. Paul LePage did not get a Trump endorsement. Yeah, maybe he thought LePage was going to lose anyway, which he did. Wasn't even that close against Mills. I read House Control. I did a House prediction, I think, a month or two ago. It was too early to do it, and it's also way too difficult. But I had it like very narrowly going toward the Republicans. I think it was maybe by 3, 4, 5 votes. So that's a toss up. We just have so many primaries to get through, and then we still have the general election to really sink in people's minds. A lot of people don't really follow politics. They're going to vote, but they don't really care or follow it beyond very passively. And those late breakers and those disaffected voters, we don't know what they're going to do. It could be a big red wave. It could be a blue wave. Biden could recover from his low popularity. But I think the odds would be right now the Republicans would hold on to the House, but it would be pretty much a narrow margin like it already is. but I'm open to there being some different things happening. I mean, it's easy to say that not much is going to change, but there could be some change. 16, that election. That was a Republican sweep. I didn't see that coming. And Ohio pretty much has stagnated here for what, 15 minutes? We got anything in North Dakota? No, we've got nothing. All right, we've got a little bit of action here now in Maine second. Austin Theriault, 59 with 1% of the vote in. He's at 59%. All right, so we've got about 28 people in here. Sounds good. Good stuff for people following the June 11th primaries and general election in Ohio 6th. Well, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't that long ago. If it was such a stark contrast between Michael Ruley and Reggie Stoltzfus in the primary, Trump and everybody surrogates would have got in and endorsed Stoltzfus, but it didn't really happen. They both, I think, were favorable for Trump, even Ruley. And it wasn't like this was a year ago. This was recently. I think we got to just give it a little bit more time here. It hasn't budged. All right, do I have a prediction on who Trump will pick as his running mate? Do we think any of the major choices would make a difference in the outcome of the race? Well, I've done a few videos on the VP pick, and the first one I did was, it might have been late last year. I did a tier ranking, and it hasn't changed. I've stuck with Tim Scott, who I think he's the most likely to be picked. Now, there's other people that he might pick, but Tim Scott is the guy I thought was most likely from the beginning. He seems to check enough of the boxes for Trump. And he seems to still also be the favorite this entire time. But Doug Burgum, he's kind of caught on. Could be J.D. Vance. There's talk about Ben Carson, Elise Stefanik. I don't think Burgum brings much to the ticket besides being a kind of a bland backup in case something happened to Trump. He's got money, but other than that, I don't think he brings much geographically or demographically if you're into that. But if some of the polling we've seen Trump, he's been lacking maybe with white voters. Biden's doing a little bit better. That's what we've seen in some of the polls. So if that's the case, Trump might want to go for somebody like J.D. Vance because he's from Ohio. I don't think it's likely. I think Vance is too new. He's too young. But maybe that could shore up a little bit of support with his base there. Possibly. All right, nothing's updated. You debated kids in school before you graduated over the 2024 election. It's sad because we got a little bit of a change here. Look at that. Wow, that is a 15-point swing right there. All toward Ruley, the Republican. So a little bit of a sigh of relief if you're the GOP in Ohio there. I'm sure Ruley wants to win this thing, even if he's a little bit more moderate. He still trails, but if you're going by the trends here, it looks like maybe the red wave has finally arrived in this district. But let's see what happens. Anyway, debated over the 2024 election. It's sad because most people aren't informed like I am with politics. When I mention something or name something, they don't know. You know, that's how it goes. I mean, even I botched the Cal Cunningham thing a bit ago. I mean, anybody's gonna botch a year, a name, a state. That's gonna happen. I mean, there's so much out there, and some people do. They follow politics to various degrees. There's definitely people above me. I'm not even saying I'm way up there. I think I'm up there enough in enough of the different races to know what's happening. But also that's for everybody else to decide. Maybe people think I don't know that much. Maybe they think I know a ton. They would say things about Trump or Biden. Okay, do you go more specific? Yeah, when you get into the specifics, I know that gets into. I tend to think that doesn't really go anywhere. Trying to say that Trump or Biden said this or didn't say that, or they have this position or don't. It's just that to me gets less interesting. I like to more focus on the results or occasionally talk a little bit of policy. But as far as framing the candidates' positions, that usually doesn't really lead anywhere productive, in my opinion. Have I ever worked on any campaigns? No, I have not. We do definitely need more time and see what the true outcome is. Yep. Any updates so far? Not really, unless you're talking about this 26% in that has had the Democrat ahead in this very red district. This is a R plus 30 something district. So we're not sure what's going on, if it's early vote, if there's a tabulation error, if and why the independent has 0 votes. That's about the only thing yet. Other than that, okay, we got a little bit more action here in South Carolina. Nancy Mace, she went down a little bit, but she's still way over 50%. And in this third district, this is close, very close. Mark Burns and Sherry Biggs. In Maine, we've got a small update, still 1% in. Not much to say. North Dakota, we've got nothing, but I want to say about this congressional age limit. Uh, if this is a constitutional amendment, it doesn't say that it is, but it's something, some kind of statewide referendum. But thanks for stopping by, Red Legion. Choosing Vance could help with the Rust Belt. Okay, oh, look at that. Ruley has sank a little bit. It's not over yet. Only 29% in. It's just getting going. Uh, Vance would help with the Rust Belt. Yeah, I guess, but Vance is so new. He just got in there. I don't think that's a great idea for I would rather think he would pick Rob or not Rob Portman, Pat Toomey in Pennsylvania. Even though they've had some disagreements, Pat Toomey is at least out of office. They wouldn't risk losing a Senate seat. And Pat Toomey's from Pennsylvania, and he's much more seasoned in his experience. But Vance, I don't know. Maybe his age has nothing to do with it. Burgum was a little moderate before, but he's now full Trump. He was like Mace and used to be very moderate and a major critic of Trump, but now they're both allies to him. Yeah, I mean, Trump has kind of scrambled political allegiances, and once Trump is out of the picture, who knows what people are going to do, where they're going to fall. But people do want to get on Trump's side. You don't want to be against Trump if you're in the Republican Party. All right, yep. Got those votes in this district. Yeah, Ruley, is he really that moderate? maybe they just, again, he won that primary. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens. How much votes left in the blue areas? Well, still 29 in here in Mahoning. I guess this is really the only county that has significant blue vote. We took a look at the precinct map for the 2022 election a bit ago, and yeah, it's just a little bit around the Youngstown area in Mahoning. The rest of this should be pretty much red. Even Mahoning was red. So theoretically, this all should be red by the time we get through with it. Unless there's something crazy happening. Yep, all right. I think that catches us up pretty much. Nothing in North Dakota. And Mark Burns, look at that. He sails into first place over Sherry Biggs. That Trump endorsement. I haven't followed this race, but 46% of the vote in. Stuart Jones, he's leading this county big time. Must be from that county. Rando, you made it. Your stuff to do, that's understandable. But here we go. Couple hours in. Got a few races we're watching here. All right. Clark County, Nevada, 2.3% turnout. Is that right? The polls are still open. And I don't know where is that estimated from? Is that I know they don't show turnout on New York Times, but the polls are still open for an hour and a half there. But yeah, that's the thing about these primaries. The turnout is very low usually. Definitely under 50%, usually under 30%. Still waiting here. We had a big dump here just a bit ago, and then smaller dump, and nothing since. Turnout good or bad? If it, I'm not sure what you mean in turnout in general. If it's only 2.3, that is stunningly low. I, again, I can't even imagine it being that low, but the polls are still open. At least in Nevada. We're still waiting on North Dakota. Got nothing here yet. Doug Burgum, he's leaving that governor's mansion. He could have went for a third term after they passed that constitutional amendment, capping it at 2 terms. He would have been grandfathered in to go for term 3, but he decided, nah, he's going to step down. Maybe he's using that as leverage for Trump's VP. He's saying, hey, I stepped down for governor to be your running mate. You got to pick me. Ralston. But I'm not sure how it's estimated 2.3 when the polls are still open. Does that mean it's going up from 2.3? Yeah, Ralston is the Nevada guy. He's pretty good though, I guess. All right, here's a little bit of a vote dump. Ruley gains a little bit, but I mean, unless the Republican wins this by 25 points, this is going to be talked about a ton. And right now, they're not even winning it at all. But the Dems had a couple of pickups here in Ohio anyway in 22. But with Trump on the ballot, it really scrambles the predictions. We've seen him underestimated in almost every state, especially in the Rust Belt and around it. We don't know if next time the polls are going to be accurate or Trump is going to just really bring out voters that are not picked up by pollsters again. He's been known to do that. So Ohio District has not had a legit race since '06, 19%. Yeah, that is weak. Burgum can run later on governor, like the one California governor, Jerry Brown. You're talking about? Well, Jerry Brown, yeah, he was governor a long time ago, and then he won again in 2010, and then. But is Burgum allowed to come back again after he leaves office? That part is that sounds like what you're saying. That I'm unaware of. I would think he would not be able to if he's already out of office, but some of these technicalities do get interesting. Seat hasn't been competitive for a very older House guy. Yeah, but this is still a red district. I mean, maybe if it was kind of competitive, I could see there being something, but if it's so red that this should be not even remotely competitive. But again, we've still got 31% in. Let's see what happens here. So this district has 95% in, and it's got, God, that is few votes. That's just only 430, and that went 64-36. So if these other ones turn out like that, here's another one. 95% in, same margin, 64-36. So that might be how these end up turning in the end. We'll have to see, but again, I don't know what part of the district Kripchak is from. It's got to be tough to be a Democrat running in a deep red district. I mean, you really got to hit economics hard, and you got to shy away from a lot of the cultural stuff associated with national Democrats. 12 running in the Nevada Republican Senate primary. I'm sure we've seen more than that in some other races, but yeah, that is a ton. I wish there were runoffs if somebody did not get to 50%. Sounds like this seat hasn't been tested. Yeah, but again, even if it hasn't been tested, it's just not being tested shouldn't result in this dramatic of a swing if it panned out like this. Um, yep, Dems and economics. I generally think that's their best bet. Do I think who's more conservative, Kelly Ayotte or Chris Sununu? I don't know. I don't know what Ayotte's updated positions are. I don't know how she's posturing herself. If she's just running just in the mold of Sununu. But Sununu gets a reputation for being too moderate. I don't know. It seems like they're similar, but I have to see what Ayat's updated, how she's running. I haven't. I'll see what she does in the. But she does have to get through a primary, I suppose. Assuming she's running not to the left or not to the right, excuse me, to win that primary. She's probably going to be the more centrist candidate. As we get a little bit more vote here, that popped up, and it narrowed up a little bit. %34 of the vote in, so about a third of the vote in here. And this could be the point where it flips finally. Pretty soon, we'll see. Nancy Mace holding on there with 57%. Nothing in North Dakota. It's Jover, Ayad, more conservative by a little bit. All right. Yeah, but again, are we talking about factoring in the past or who would be going forward? I know Sununu is going to be out of there because again, I'd have to see what how she's posturing herself for this election. I assume she's going to have to try to do a balancing act, kind of like she did in 16. She barely lost. But yeah, I don't know all of her updated positions on things. I'm not even sure what Sununu's been up to. Yeah. Well, you have to be, yeah, I'd say semi-moderate. I mean, not on the fringe, that's for sure. All right, well, this is called for the Democrat here. Brian Best. That's a solid name right there. Brian Best. Only 2% in here in Maine. Nothing in North Dakota, Nevada. That's later on still. Now, South Carolina, there should be runoffs here, I believe, in South Carolina. Well, this is exciting, at least, in this 6th district here in Ohio. You just got here. How are things looking for Republicans? Well, the main thing for the general election is this Ohio 6th district race. And it's been pretty blue, even though this is a very, very red district. It might be early vote. Maybe there's a shift, but the Republican was trailing at one point by about 30 points, but now it's narrowed up. It's almost even. I think more of this election day vote is coming in. It might be flipping soon. We'll see. But other than that, it's just primary stuff, and it's hard to say what's good for the Republicans because it's all one-sided. We've got Mark Burns leading here. He's got the Trump endorsement in the 3rd district in South Carolina. And in the 1st district, Nancy Mace has a significant lead, and they're still only at 25% of the vote counted. They started off, I think they were the first ones with any vote, and then they really slowed down. Other than that, we've got Maine, 2% in, Austin, Ontario, he's at 64. And we got nothing in North Dakota. So I don't know how you want to characterize that for the Republicans, but this district, this is a very red district. Bill Johnson won it by 37 points, something like that in 22. It's very red. So we're assuming election day vote will flip it, even though Michael Ruley is apparently moderate. Maybe he's too moderate, but again, they did support him in a primary not that long ago. He won it. So this race was rated as safe by everybody. I would have rated it as safe. Safe red, that is. Okay. And we've got a call here for Nancy Mace. She secures nomination over Catherine Templeton. She will face either Michael Moore or, well, probably Michael Moore. He's at 55%. That's going to be in the general. She's at 57.6. So, not a surprise. Mace winning that. That seemed what was highly expected, or at least likely. Maybe not highly expected. Okay, I think this narrowed up slightly here to 51-49. I'm assuming these counties are going to end up like Noble County here that has 95+% in, 64% for Ruley. I'm assuming, but again, the only question is Michael Kripchak, where if he, whatever county he's from, he might overperform in that county. Maybe he's from the Youngstown area in Mahoning. I could look that up. That's true. I know, yeah, then they're going to have the election for the next term in November. Well, let's see the final margin. I don't know what he could even do. And then even whatever he does, again, there's so many unknowns with this election. The Trump factor on the ballot, the hidden Trump vote, if that's a thing, and to whatever extent that really, maybe there's a hidden anti-Trump vote. It's just so hard to actually predict. I feel like every prediction I do is just very tenuous. It could just easily be wrong. All right. All right, he's from Youngstown. Okay, well, that would make sense. That's gonna be the bluest part of the district. Okay, we've got a disagreement here on if Evergreen is or is not a Trump guy. I don't know how much it matters for the comments, but maybe we can get that figured out. Not that I care. Phil Scott was going to run for Senate if Sanders retired. Okay. I don't know if Scott was going to go for the Senate. That, and oh, okay, Ruley has sank slightly. But Scott in the Senate, I don't know. That would be pretty wild. I guess it'd be like Hogan, Larry Hogan going for Senate. But I don't know. I mean, he could have went for the Senate. I don't think he would have won. Oh, the candidate. Okay. Which can we're talking about Ruley? Okay. Oh, I think I see. I think I see what the confusion was now. Uh, here's what I can write. Here's what I recommend. When people ask me about my background or ideology, I can say it varies. It depends on the issue. Generally, it's hard to pin down. It's all over the place. The video I can recommend is I've got a video on why both parties suck. And that video lays out a little bit of what I think. It's always going to be hard because there's so many things out there, but that's the video I recommend if you want to get a little bit more insight. Why isn't he a Trump candidate? Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to figure that out. It would take some looking into Michael Ruleigh's background and what he has said about Trump. It would take a little bit of effort. Let's see what's going on in these other races. Nothing. Nothing updated yet. Okay, we got a close one here in the third district, and this should be headed to a runoff. Then I would guess between Burns and Biggs. It's kind of a good showdown, Burns and Biggs. I like the sound of that. Scott could win a Senate seat next time for the seat that is not held by Sanders. I don't know. I tend to not give Phil Scott a lot of credit for winning anything other than governor. I don't know if he could do it. As a vote dump here, very, very close now. Possibly going to flip on the next dump, but if Kennedy does make one of the debates, do you think it will open more voters to be willing to go third party? Sure, of course. If he actually gets on the stage and has more exposure, I mean, that could only help him with third party votes. Now, he might get beat up by Trump and Biden. They might try to tear him down, but I think it could only be a net positive for anybody to be on that stage. I don't know if I necessarily do calls. I mean, once in a while I do a call in jest, but I want to get a little bit more vote in here before I fully understand what's going on. Seventh district is tied. Talking about South Carolina. There we go. Why is this? Hmm. They have not updated it here on the main page. That's interesting. But look at that. You're right. That is 100% tied. That is not an exaggeration. That is down to the vote. 10,502. This is a red district, though. But that's interesting. Who doesn't love seeing a tie? How much should they be worried? Well, I can't tell you how much they should be worried until we get, 95% of the vote in. But so it's too hard to comment on. But again, if it was even under 20 points for the Republican, they should be, I guess, a little cautious. I don't know how to put it. It's hard to be worried again because the turnout is going to be so low. If you're a Republican in this district, you might just say, "Hey, I don't need to turn out for this. This is totally irrelevant." But there's also the chance there could be some real movement here, and maybe Democrats are running a great campaign and they do make some gains here. But if Republicans end up winning it somehow by 23 points or something, then I'd say whatever, it's low turnout, who cares? But if it gets down to something like, yeah, 15 points, yeah, you're going to have to worry a little bit. But how much you're going to worry is going to be up for debate. There's the flip right there. You saw it here. Ruley, the Republican, takes the lead. 44% in. Um, yeah, the turnout is so low that it's hard to really have a lot of confidence in pulling out a conclusion from low turnout. I mean, you don't want to totally say it's meaningless, but how much do you above that do you go is the question. Besides Tim Scott, who do you think is Trump's best VP choice? Well, I mean, I'm not even I characterize it as who I think is most likely. Uh, and I think that would probably help Trump the most from what he'd be looking for. Other than that, I don't know. A lot of people mention Tulsi, but she seems to be out of the running, so that's kind of a roll of the dice as well. But of the people that are on his short list, I don't, Doug Burgum, I thought he had no chance, but I guess he has a chance now. He seems to be more like the Mike Pence kind of pick, where he's just the rock behind the scenes to give people confidence that there's somebody to fall back on if Trump were unable to finish his term. And I don't know if JD Vance elicits that kind of confidence. Burgum, though, he's older, he's got executive experience, he's got the wealth. Demographically or with identity, I don't think Burgum really does much. Geographically, I don't think he does much. But I, so I don't think Stefanik, I don't think she does a whole ton. She might have the suburban women appeal. That's what people talk about a lot. Maybe that does help slightly, a little bit. It's possible. But I don't think Byron Donalds, I think he's too much of a wild card. He's only in the House. He's too young. This is just what I think. I mean, I'm trying to think what would be advantageous for Trump. Tim Scott is the guy that just seems to check a lot. And I guess Burgum, the more I think about it, he checks boxes, just not your typical superficial identity boxes. All right. Yep. I don't know. Turnout just, it's not totally meaningless, but it's more toward the meaningless side. Um, how much vote in blue areas? Because we hadn't had vote dump that section yet. Republicans. Yeah, I mean, but again, even this county should be red. Mahoning. But this 29%, I don't think has budged in a long time. Hey, look at that. Flip back. Get your popcorn out. At least for another few minutes. And that was the dump there, right there as we're talking about it. In Mahoning, which apparently Kripchak is from Mahoning County. So keep that in mind. I'm not sure where Ruley is from, actually. I'm just going into this thing, not totally blind, but a little bit blind. You think Trump will pick Vance? He could. I have a harder time believing that. I think Vance he has to get some experience. He has to prove himself. What is he? He's about 40, something like that. That's young. Last time a Dem won a county Ohio 6 was in 14. Okay. Yeah, it's gotten a lot redder since then. Bergen will be the most boring choice, but it's Pence, in terms of excitement. There's none. Trump could pick Donalds or Rubio. They might have to do some switching there for the home state thing. Rubio, I think, is probably a sensible pick from Trump's perspective, but then Rubio has to give up his Senate seat, and then there could be a special election, and then they could be competitive, and then that could, and plus it's Florida, it's probably going red anyway. Oh, okay. Ruli's from Columbiana County. That's right here. Let's see. Do we got anything in North Dakota yet? No, we've got nothing. Oh, okay. We've got a call here in Maine. Austin Therio. I believe that's how you say it. 20% in, he's going to be the nominee. He's going to go up against Jared Forrest Golden. Remember, it's Forrest Golden, not just Jared Golden. I would rate that as at least leans D. It could go likely. It's probably closer to likely than it is to flipping. But I don't know. Again, we got to see what kind of campaign these guys run. With Trump on the ballot, all bets are off. All right, this tie is broken here in the seventh on the Dem side. Unfortunately, it's not totally tied anymore. But anyway, nice to have everybody here for the stream. Again, if you just showed up, you're just stopping by for 5 minutes. Nice to see some of the regulars here and some of the semi-regulars. Rubio, I've heard him be called a rhino before. He's I think he's walked a line between being called a rhino and being too Trump friendly. It kind of makes him I don't know, he's settled into some kind of a groove where he's maintained, I guess, popularity in his home state. It would be like Vance. If Vance is VP, there would be a special Senate election, Ohio 2. Tim Ryan make a comeback. You know, yeah, I mean, that's true. But if it were Vance, theoretically, Ohio would be a redder state than Florida. But that could be, maybe that could be changing. But up until now, at least. But if Tim Ryan tried to make another comeback, that to me seems kind of desperate. There's the flip again, right there. But if Tim Ryan tries to come back after you already took a loss statewide, and you're going to come back a few years later, maybe, and say, "Hey, I have another opportunity. Let me do it this time." It just, I don't. Democrats should have somebody other than Tim Ryan. They can't just go, "We've only got Tim Ryan outside of Sherrod Brown." Rubio is the young kind of, yeah, I guess, yeah, I could see putting it in that category of carving out your own lane between the base and the establishment. I know Rubio, he was on Trump's bad side at one point. Seems like he's on his good side. Might be back and forth. Yeah. But this is a little bit more of a lead now. This is what, 4+ points. All right, so this has 95% in, and it's 60-40. Yeah, this is definitely closer. So again, if this is even 10 points, if this is even under 15, yeah, Democrats are gonna definitely point to the special election results being closer. And what else are you gonna do? You can't not do that if you're them. You got to say, hey, look at this. When people come out to vote, they're voting much bluer than it looks. Everybody's got some data they can point to bolster their own case. Dems need to get a good vote dump to get back in this. Mm-hmm. That's true. Voting is 40%. Ohio, they were thinking of throwing in a lady. Amy Act. I do remember that name. Oh, look at that. It's called Bang. With 64% in, Michael Ruley has won the general election at Ohio's 6th congressional district. North Dakota, boom, there it is. Donald's is a very lesser known. Yeah, it's hard to think it'd be Donald's. It just is. This is the. I'm gonna take about a 1 minute break. So if you got to use the bathroom or grab something to eat, this might be a good opportunity. Be back in just a moment. All right, here we go. We've got North Dakota, just as Ohio gets called. We've got North Dakota coming in. We're gonna go back to that race though, but it's already been called now. So I guess Republicans are going to officially breathe a sigh of relief there, but Democrats are probably going to celebrate the margin. But again, we've still got 35% outstanding. All right. Gerrymandering, she was the independent nominee last time. So she went from an independent to running in the Republican primary. So that's interesting. Oh no, you got to take a couple of breaks on these long streams, you know? Uh, Closed primaries. You want to see closed primaries? Yeah, I'm usually more for closed primaries. I know that's going to be highly debatable. I get it. I can understand wanting them open. I like the ranked choice as well. But it does make it a little bit harder to follow with if it's open and people are crossing over. But I get it. I can understand the some of the different arguments there. Republicans winning the Howe district. I really wouldn't be so proud if it stays close. Yeah, I mean, it's always debatable how much weight you put on the moral victory, where, hey, the Democrats narrowed the margin a lot, but they lost. Well, yeah, but I mean, eventually you got to have some tangible goods here. You can't just say narrow the margin. I mean, maybe in the general election they do better. We saw in 22 there was not that red wave, but it's so unpredictable. I mean, it was nobody was predicting 16. That pretty much red wave. Trump swept through all those states. We were all totally taken aback. There was no indication that, Trump's got this. It just wasn't in the cards. Now, for governor here, this doesn't really look like it's going to be that close. Kelly Armstrong, he's the current U.S. representative. He's trying to make a semi-lateral move, and he's going for the governor. And he's got statewide experience already in that at-large district. He's got high name ID. Tammy Miller is the lieutenant governor, so she's also kind of high profile, but it looks like it's not expected to be that competitive. So who's going to replace him in the U.S. House? We're looking here at looks like Julie Fedorchak. Now, not sure if I got that pronunciation right. I probably don't. Last I recall, she had an endorsement from one Donald Trump. Of course, that could help in a primary in a red state. Rick Becker, he's should have pretty high name ID. Caramond, again, she ran as an independent. So there's some notable people here running in North Dakota. Let's jump back here to Ohio. Okay, not much has changed. And we've got about 30 people here, so that's great. Welcome aboard if you're new to the stream, if you're just stopping by. Always great to have the regulars or the lurkers, whoever you are. So we're waiting on the margin, the final margin here in Ohio. That'll be something to take a look at. We've still got a little bit going on here in South Carolina. Okay, we've got some more races actually called. Haven't looked at this 4th district too much. But here it is. In these house races, a lot of times, yeah, the part of the district you're from really does help. And that could be what we're seeing in Ohio. We see a lot of times where you're going to carry a county just because you're from that county or from that part of the district. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if Kara Munn changed. I know she was pretty independent. She was definitely not in favor of Trump at all. But I don't know what she's done this time in her campaign. If she's probably maintained that still. It's weird that it's interesting she's running though on the Republican side. I don't know how much opposition she has to running as a Democrat. I'm sure she must have other views that line up as more of a traditional conservative type of Republican. All right, yeah, it's too early to call. Roland Reimers won the '96 Dem primary in North Dakota. Is running for the House. Oh, is that right? Okay, hey, I'd love that kind of a fun fact because I haven't looked all the way into that. But so we got a guy running from like 3 decades ago. That's great. Looks like he's not favored to win that nomination, but it's always neat to see somebody just come out of the woodwork and decide to run that was relevant a long time ago. All right, we got okay here. He won this county, Tusk Tusker. Wow, that's a very unusual county to say. Tuscarawas West County. Okay, yeah, we got. I want to know what the turn. I'd like to know what the turnout is for this race. What I mean, is it under 20%? Somebody mentioned Clark County, Nevada was 2.5% earlier. But I mean, if it's low turnout, then Dems might be motivated for this thing and they might have shown up or voted early or whatever. Yeah, I don't know why this guy has 0 votes. That I have no idea. That just seems like some kind of mistake. Something's wrong there. Yeah, I think if it is a narrower margin, you can't say anything other than it would look like it bodes well for Dems in the fall, but it, I mean, it wouldn't look like anything else. But that's where all that turnout is going to be coming in November. That's where all bets are off. The abortion issue is still going to be there, but it's not going to be immediately after like it was 2 years ago. And there's no way to predict with high turnout, with Biden being unpopular, with Trump firing up his voters, but also after the conviction, after debates, there's no way I could begin to predict with any confidence what's actually going to happen in the general. I was in the middle of talking about Ohio, though, how the polling underestimated Trump by about 7 points in 2020. Hang on, let me refresh real quick so I can get the chat back. All right, I think we're all good now. I think the chat is back up. Again, apologies about that. I think we went out there for just about a minute or so, but I've got nothing since we've been back, so maybe it's not back, but there it is. I'm not sure how long I was out for, but I think I was out about a minute. But I was in the middle of saying Ohio underestimated Trump by about 7 in the polls in 2020. Doesn't mean it's going to happen again, but that is a terrible underestimation or overestimation, however you want to look at it. I mean, right before the election in 20, it looked like Ohio was in play. It looked completely in play. Maybe Trump had a slight edge, but it just didn't pan out at all. And that was, but it's very hard to predict. We've got, I don't, the abortion thing, it It might matter, it might not matter as much, but Trump being on the ballot, it's just too many factors to really make a solid prediction. We're going to follow it, though. That's the whole thing. All right, yeah, I must be internet issues. I hate when that happens during a stream. It happened a couple streams ago where I went out for like a while. It's disappointing. I hate to see it. Maybe it goes out again. It's kind of beyond my control right now, but um, okay, let's see. We've got there we go. All right. Let's go back and see what's going on in Ohio. We've got 76% in. Yeah, that's getting close to a lot. It's well over two-thirds of the vote, three-fourths. I'm assuming the headlines are going to be, yeah, that this Trump plus 35 or whatever. I'm not sure what Trump won it by, but this was a district that went 35 points for the Republican, and now it's down to 5 points. Oh, that's massive. But there wasn't really any polling here. Who knows? Okay, Ohio just needs real good campaigning with strong and Dem candidate. Not someone like Kamala. I mean, some places there's just no way that the other party can really win. I mean, it's just, there's too much connections with the national parties. We got a little bit more vote in there. Really up now to it. He's got an 8 point lead. That's better than five. 91% of the vote in. But I mean, sometimes the national party is just so toxic. You can't shake it off. I mean, we're going to see what happens with Larry Hogan in Maryland. It's going to be one of the best examples of it because theoretically, Hogan should win, right? Very popular. Already won twice statewide. It's very blue. And he should be able to squeak out a tiny win, if anything, right? But he's going to be tied to the national party, and it's probably going to be too much for him to overcome. But he should be able to get that down, way down, probably to a margin like this. You know, he's not going to lose by 30 points. He could lose somewhere around 10. I could see that happening. Maybe he gets it down lower. We have to see. I think those debates will be interesting. I mean, Hogan's going to get hit hard. It's just going to be all about abortion and Trump, and you can't give power to the Republicans. That's all it's going to be. No, this is not. This is not. This is a very red district. So this is technically a bad sign for the Republicans if you're purely going by that. Then it's definitely a good sign for the Democrats. There's no way around it. Very, very red district. Yeah, the seat is up again. That's true. This is just to fill the remainder of the term that expires in January. Wait, now the percentage went down to 85%? It was at 91 just 2 seconds ago, wasn't it? Not sure what that's about. But let's go back to North Dakota. Yeah, we've got Nevada. That's on the horizon as well. 36 minutes. So we're not done yet. Yeah, it went from 91 down. That's just, I don't get it. Hard to speculate who will be the Republican nominee in 28. How about the Dems? I know people ask me this once in a while, and I don't want to completely cop out and say, well, I don't know anything. It's way too far off. That is definitely true that it is way, way too far off. But, you know, you get the go-to candidates are Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, maybe Andy Beshear in Kentucky. Um, then, you know, you might have some of the standard Democrats, maybe get into somebody like Cory Booker if he goes again. John Ossoff, that's a possibility. I think he might be a little too young, maybe more of as a running mate for Ossoff. Um, you know, you got Kamala Harris. That's, you know, you can't totally say that she has no chance in that. You've got Pete Buttigieg. That's another guy that could get into it. He could stand a chance. But a lot of times it's somebody not even really on the radar. I mean, Obama came out of nowhere. It could just be somebody that's just not a prominent figure. But on the Republican side, I mean, it's you're gonna go down the list. You're gonna have your runner-up. You're gonna have Nikki Haley. You're gonna have Ron DeSantis. Um, I don't think it'd be somebody crazy like Donald Trump Jr. I don't think that would happen. Yeah, it's I just there's got to be more. Can't think of them right now, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. It is tough to answer that, but yeah, I try to do the best I can. Towner County went to Balsas in North Dakota Republican primary. All right. Oh wait, we've got the congressional age limit results. Look at that. No is at 61. That's interesting. What did I say at the beginning? At the beginning, I made a prediction about this. I said I didn't know, but maybe it could pass. I could see it not passing, but it looks like right now it's not going to pass. 95% in. No. Yeah, I would have not been into this myself, but you know, that's just me. Okay. Yeah, here we go. This is that county we're talking about. Um, you're not sure who the Democrat nominee will be or how it will be decided, but I think the de facto frontrunner for the GOP nominee will be whoever Trump picks as his running mate in 24. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but obviously, just like with Harris, the VP, they're going to get maybe first dibs, you know? They're going to have that extra level of prominence, at least until the nominee season begins in summer 2070. Yeah, that's way, way, way far off. Just got into South Carolina looking well. We've got here's the full results. We've got this has now been called in the third district. This is new, but in the first, Nancy Mace has won it 57%, only 39% in there, really slow. Catherine Templeton only at 29, and then we've got the fourth district. That is not been called still. Timmons is ahead with 47% in. And then we've got the third district. We've got a runoff here now between Mark Burns and Sherry Biggs. That's a great showdown. Burns and Biggs, they're going to head to a runoff. And Burns has the Trump endorsement. Biggs has the Henry McMaster endorsement. So that's going to be at a later date. Other than that, the full list is here. We got a little bit still outstanding in the 6th and the 7th. But this is a pretty red district, but it's very close here for the Democrats. They should be worried about at his seat up again in November. Well, you know, we saw something similar in Nebraska's first congressional district. Mike Flood, who's having a rematch against his opponent there again, I believe. Unless I'm getting it confused with a different race, but Mike Flood won a special election by a much reduced margin after the abortion decision. It was reduced. Then in the general election in 22, he won again. And I think it was by a much wider margin. So everything is unique. People love to tie elections to past elections in some way or another, whatever suits their preferred narrative. But I'm usually more on the side of we don't know what's going to happen. That could happen. It might not happen. Both sides have stuff they can point to further their cause. We're still at 86% here, even though we were at 91% like 15 minutes ago. All right, this has been called here. Governor Kelly Armstrong is going to be the nominee. 67% in, or 67% of the vote, 20% in. Tammy Miller, Lieutenant Governor Tammy Miller. She did win one county here so far. She's defeated. That's it. So he's gonna face Merrill somebody. I mean, I haven't looked up the pronunciation of all these last names, but we've got this has narrowed up a little bit here with 19% in. It's still a comfortable lead for no on this congressional age limit, but no is still ahead by about 12+%. And we've got Julie Fedorchak. She's in the lead with 44%. What are my thoughts on Rulie underperformance? Well, I've covered that quite a bit in this stream, but I think it's going to be Democrats will be able to gloat, and I mean they should gloat. I mean, what else are they going to do? They're not going to say that it's nothing. That you got to take what you can get in politics, and they're going to say, "Hey, look at this deep red district. It only went a little bit red this time." They're going to feel energized. Maybe Republicans feel like they actually got to get out there. Maybe it backfires, but maybe Rulie did not. Maybe he ran a bad campaign and Kripchak ran a great campaign. But I think the bigger response to this race is just with any special election, I usually say, hey, this is, and we got a little bit of a vote dump there. This is just low turnout. And I can't put a lot of weight on it. I mean, you got to take your wins. I mean, Republicans won it. That's it. They won it. Even if they won it by one vote, they've got this seat for the remainder of the term, and then it's up again in November. But if they win it at all, that's all they need to do. November is going to be very hard to predict. with Trump on the ballot, with Biden on the ballot. It's still June. It's not like, this is not October. We've got a lot of time left. But it is kind of weak. It's a weak showing if you're really. All right. Yep. Yeah, we pretty much know who the next governor of North Dakota is. Really had 600K funding, trip check, raised 23. Nice finding YouTuber with a satisfying voice that isn't nails on a chalkboard like Ben Shapiro. Oh, sounds good. I'm not even sure how great I sound at this moment. I mean, after several hours on a stream, you kind of gotta take some different positions in your chair, and you know, certain aches set in, and the voice could be impacted by that. But I always appreciate the voice comments if they're positive. I've gotten a bunch, and that's great to hear. In the future, do you think older candidates running for office, 70s plus, will continue to become more common, or do you think they will start to get younger in the future? Well, it depends how far in the future we're looking at, but I think I don't think there's going to be a dramatic shift toward younger voters. I think of course, it's bound to happen in an individual basis, but broadly speaking, I think people live longer and people stay healthier longer. Generally, they're able to serve longer. And I don't think necessarily just in a few years or even in 10 years or whatever that all of a sudden we're not going to have many people in their 70s running. I think my guess is it's just going to happen. People are going to stay there and they're going to keep running for reelection, even though they're 70, 75, maybe even in their 80s. But here and there, there's going to be some drop offs where all of a sudden somebody younger is going to get in there. We see it happen from time to time. John Ossoff, J.D. Vance, these are young guys. But then you've got Chuck Grassley, you had Dianne Feinstein, you've got Bernie Sanders, you got Biden. These people are all 80 plus, and Chuck Grassley is now 90 plus. Who's the best Senate candidate for 24 on both sides? The best? Well, I think given that we're still like, almost halfway through the primaries, whatever you want to call it, there's plenty of candidates I'm not really that familiar with because usually the less competitive races I'm going to be not pay that much attention to because it's just not going to be that consequential. But so I'll have to look back at that in probably October. But it, I think the Republicans picking up Larry Hogan was a surprise, and I don't expect the seat to flip. But that's a pretty good pickup if you're thinking how the Republicans could win an extra seat. It's kind of like Steve Bullock in Montana. I think he filed on the last day as well, the filing deadline, and it seemed like, okay, this is the best the Democrats can do. It didn't pan out. Probably going to be the same thing with Hogan. So that if you're looking at it for a competitive perspective, I think Hogan makes it more interesting. Um, Other than that, Sherrod Brown and Tester are probably pretty good candidates for the Dems. I mean, they've been in there a while. I mean, they're trusted. Those are some probably solid candidates. Um, there's just those other races I haven't really looked as much into again because it's too early. But Slotkin seems like probably just a kind of a solid pick for the Dems. That kind of suburban appeal in Michigan. There's probably some other races in some other states that are more safe that I can't recall at the moment. But again, we've got a lot of primaries coming up still. Uh, oh, the North Dakota age question. Yeah, let's. Did it actually flip toward? Oh, now that is flipped toward yes. What? Oh, that is that another early vote thing? How could it? It was clearly no, and now it's clearly yes. Like what changed over the last 10 minutes? That must be some early vote thing where what the Democrats voted no, and then Republicans on the day. I'm not sure exactly how they do their voting. I can't recall every state, obviously. That's the best I can do is that Democrats voted early, they counted it early, and they voted no, and Republicans are coming out hard and saying yes. That's all I can come up with. Yep, primary turnout, it's definitely low. It's not totally meaningless. I mean, even if it's low, you still got to win the race. And in the case of Ohio 6, they Republicans won it. Do I think Hogan might have won if it wasn't a presidential year with Trump and Biden on top of the ballot? But I still, well, I'm not. I would think it would make it more likely he would win, but still getting over that hump. I mean, that just seems so crazy for a Republican to win in Maryland. I mean, I'm not saying he can't do it and there's no chance. I've never said that. I think it's unlikely, but I think they would make it a little bit more likely. If he had a favorable environment, that could do it. And if his opponent, in this case, also Brooks, if she made some mistakes, then I think Hogan. That's what it would take for Hogan to win. If it's a red wave, runs a great campaign, and yeah, without the heavy turnout against Trump in that state for president, maybe he does it. I mean, maybe he does it this time. We saw the early polling had Hogan ahead by like 10 points, which was surprising. Then the polling flipped, and all of a sudden he's down by 10. But again, it's early. Hogan, we'll see what he does. Uh, which states would you expect RFK to have the best chances in? By best chances, I don't think he would win any, but probably Alaska, Maine, Minnesota, maybe. It could be a place like New Hampshire, Oregon. I mean, again, it depends how far you want to define the best chances in, but probably Alaska and Maine. Remember when the Democrats had a decent hold on North Dakota? Yeah, that there was a point where it's like these states that are so red today were putting Democrats in the Senate. Of course, the opposite with those liberal Rockefeller type of Republicans in blue states. That was a thing. It could change back. It doesn't look like it will in the near future, but I mean, once you go 5, 10 years out, the confidence level really drops off. All right, now we have Michael Ruley hitting the double digit mark. No, wait, no, that's only 9 points. He's hit at the 9 point mark, so he might not actually hit double digits. There's still a little bit out there. It goes to show you just can't predict politics a lot of times. We thought Trone in Maryland was going to win or narrowly lose, but he lost by what, over 10 points. That was unexpected. We didn't see Bernie Moreno winning by as wide of a margin as he did. There's plenty out there, and we can't predict everything. Okay. Mahoning County lead is down to 14 votes. All right, yeah, there it is. 14 votes, 50.0. Do you think a third party will ever do well again? Or polarization? Well, this would be the year, right? With the dissatisfaction with Biden and Trump, Kennedy being a strong enough name and to get on enough ballots potentially, have enough funding. He's probably getting maligned on his campaign by a lot of the media. That's definitely what happens when you try to run outside the two-party system and gain any kind of momentum. But if it's not this year, I mean, it's hard to come up with a reasonable scenario where third party has a ton of sway. But a lot of times that stuff kind of just emerges. I don't think anybody's going to be sitting there planning on having a strong or a serious third party bid in the next election, and we can predict that years out. But I mean, Kennedy, yeah, he's kind of the Perot of 24 here, but I don't know how much he's doing. He's still trying to get ballot access, but if he's not going to make the debates, he's in court. He's suing a lot of states. People don't want him on the ballot. Before 2008, New Hampshire and Maine had two Republican senators. North Dakota, West Virginia, two. Yeah, that is wild stuff, isn't it? Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember all that. It's just things change. That's the main takeaway from that is things change. All right, we got any update here in? All right, so we got a runoff. South Carolina is pretty much over. We've got Nevada coming up in 14 minutes. Remember when that was like 3 hours away? Now it's 14 minutes away. So it actually looks like this congressional age limit thing is favored. I don't recall any other states having an age limit. It's going to be challenged, and I would guess it would be not, it would be struck down. That's my guess. I mean, if you're 81, you can't run again. That's just, it does seem weird though that they have to pass it and approve it, and then it gets challenged. But the whole state already says, no, we want this. Uh, Plan on voting for. Scarlet the Vampire. I'm not sure what that's for. All I see is plan on voting for. Maybe I missed a message, but I don't see anything related to the rest of that sentence. Uh, yeah, Vermont was just the quintessential Republican state. It was just this incredibly long streak for federal control. Things change in a hurry. But then you got Phil Scott in there. Phil Scott. I wonder if Howard Dean challenged him. That would have been fascinating. But Phil Scott, term number 5. I got to see that margin. Is he going to put up some 40-point margin again, or is it going to narrow up? Might have been a 50-point margin. It was somewhere close to that 45 to 50. All right. So again, great to see everybody here. Always remember to like the stream. Like it, subscribe if you're new, share. Feel free for any of the super chats. Always good to get some support for the channel. You could join it. You could become a member. If you're a big fan of the channel, yeah, any support, of course, is always going to be welcome and appreciated. Put up a new video every day, at least one video, for more than 2 years. Nevada is coming in the top of the hour, about 10 minutes. That's when the polls close. Hopefully we get some results shortly thereafter. All right, we've got a call here for the Democrats. That name is... I'm going to just say Hammer. Let's go with that. He's going to be, or she. I don't even know. I've not looked at that side. I don't know enough about that race. But they're going to be the nominee. And we've got still Julie Fedorchak, or Fedorchak. She's leading with 26% in. Looked at the math for this race. 2020 had 10,000 more votes. Is this the Ohio 6? Is that what we're talking about? But in 2018, oh, wow, we got 249,490 and 16, 302 and 14, 190 and 12, 308 and 10, 205. Yeah, what is the total votes here? And we've got 59,000. Okay, yeah, that's... I like how, yeah, you're researching the last decade of raw vote total here. And yeah, if it's only 59, 60, 61,000, whatever, that is nothing. So either it's nothing and Republicans crossed over and voted for the Democrat, or it's nothing and Republicans didn't turn out. Who knows? Gerrymandering wins at least one county. Well, she might win the town or county. Nevada is 8 minutes away. That's going to be the final state here of this June 11th stream. And we've been going for 3.5 hours, about close to 3.5 hours. Normally that's what we do. We go a while. Hopefully everybody's checked out the videos, today's video, yesterday as well. Got some good stuff up there. Got today's video is about the prediction markets, the 24 map based on the current markets. So check that out. Got some spinner battles on Saturdays. A lot of content. Almost have 1,000 videos up, actually. Getting up there now. Over 950 videos. You're broke? Sorry to hear that. Don't know why you're broke. But I think we're all kind of broke these days with the inflation. So we can relate to that. You remember West Virginia State House and Senate was strongly Democratic. One election to flip. That happened in a lot of states. Kentucky and West Virginia. Mississippi. Yeah, there's a lot of states flipping in that 2010 uh, kind of a wave realignment. That's when things really started to go toward the Republicans in a lot of those states. Curious to see Jackie Rosen's primary challengers. She's being challenged by 86-year-old. Oh, really? Is that right? I mean, I this is pretty much token opposition, though, right? I mean, she's got to be getting the vast majority of the support, I believe. But yeah, Nevada is always great because it has none of these candidates. And I'm surprised no other states try to do that, really. But none of these candidates. Okay. So we've got possibly a single digit margin in this Ohio 6. It could still get up to 10, but right now it's only 9.2. So the turnout here, yeah, this turnout is extremely low. Nancy Mace sails to victory. That was pretty much expected. Yeah, there was some interesting stuff. New York had Bloomberg as a Republican. They had George Pataki for governor. Yeah, they did have the state senate for a while too. 4 minutes here in Nevada. Yep, Montana. I know we think it's a red state, and it is federally, especially now. They did have Democrats in the Senate, but they did have 4 straight terms of governors. Brian Schweitzer, Steve Bullock. Now they've got Greg Gianforte. He's going to be the favorite for another term, but we'll see if anything develops there. And we're just a few minutes away here from our final state. It's going to be the Silver State, Nevada. So again, hope everybody enjoys the channel, the variety of content. It's daily content, whole variety of stuff, entertaining things, covering the polls. We've got election results, different stuff for whatever you're in the mood for. Over 950 videos covering tons, redistricting and retirements. Everything's on there. Well, I'm assuming Sam Brown is going to win this thing pretty comfortably, but not overwhelming. That's my guess. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm totally wrong. Yeah, I know. I hope Nevada they just get it done. 20% of North Dakota Republicans voting for Gerrymandering are probably the same who voted for Nikki. Okay. Could be some overlap there. My prediction is going to be Republican primary may be competitive. All right. Yeah, there's a ton of candidates here. But Sam Brown, he he ran 2 years ago and did he didn't win the nomination, but he got enough votes to, I guess, encourage him to run this time. And he's doing it. He's the favorite. So no Adam Laxalt this time. Okay, this hasn't been called yet. This congressional age limit. That I would not think it would be this overwhelming. That would have been my prediction. I thought maybe it passed, but I could see it not passing. But if it was going to pass, I would have thought it would have been narrower than this. But who knows? Maybe it changes. And we've got polls closed. Now, how long are they going to make us wait? Sometimes we could sit here for a while and not see anything. Quick check on these South Carolina races. All right, let's see. Who do you think is better candidate, Sam Brown or Adam Laxalt? The way I look at it is Laxalt, he lost, so Sam Brown probably hasn't lost yet. He's going to be better. He's got the military experience. He's got the whole story with him in the military. Laxalt, he didn't win. He's damaged goods. He's tainted. So I would think Sam Brown's would be better to run again than having a Laxalt come in again. But I have to see what happens. I don't know enough about all the positions and the posturing on these candidates. That'll probably take more. I'll take more interest in that, later on in the summer. I don't get heavily invested in primaries unless they're competitive. Expect it to be pretty competitive. You think Caramonda could win blue counties like Rolette and Sheridan? What do you think? You know, I don't know. I would. I'm not. Wait, where these counties? I'm not sure exactly where those counties are. They're not in these major cities. I know Cass is pretty red, even though you think that Fargo is a major city. Presidentially, though, this is a pretty red county from what I can recall. So I don't know about those specific counties. If those are potentially bluer counties, then I can see what you're saying. But in general, oh, I forgot. We're talking about in the primary. I don't know. I don't know what voters think of Kara Mudd. She was an independent, then she goes Republican. I don't know if that helps her or hurts her. I watched her debate. I did see the debate 2 years ago, and she seemed decent enough for like running a serious campaign. Given my interest in politics and voting, do you have any aspirations to run for office in your future? In the future? No, not really. Laxalt military as well. Yeah, but Laxalt, he lost. Yeah, he's done. He did win statewide before that, but then yeah, he took two statewide losses. I don't know how you come back from that. You have to, something has to change. You have to sit out, or you have to rebrand yourself, or something has to ignite your candidacy, because there's no way you can go three statewide races and take a third loss. The same thing for John James in Michigan. Same thing for Stacey Abrams in Georgia. I mean, there's going to be others, but two statewide races and two losses. Sam Brown won Douglas County in 22 in the primary. Okay, 1% margin. My part of North Dakota map looks like a dog. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see it. I can go with that. All right. And that's it. All caught up on every message. And we're over 3.5 hours, so some people have left. I get it. Some people have stopped by. So if you just showed up or you've been here the whole time, that's great. It's always tough to go on and on for 3, 4, 5 hours, but here we are. This is a total blowout here in Maine. Austin Theriault. Big lead for him. He's going to go up against Jared Golden, who has his middle name on here. Still got nothing here. All right. Laxalt should run for state assembly speaker or something local. I mean, that'd be a downgrade, though. He was already in statewide office. To go down to a local legislative position, that seems like it's kind of a downgrade. But we saw Charlie Crist do that. He goes from governor after some losses statewide. He goes in the U.S. House, and he did that. I don't know if Laxalt, he's still young. He's definitely young. I don't know what his future in politics is, if there's any, but we'll see. Stacey Abrams is already planning to run. I heard she might run. I don't know if she's totally running, but that it'll be an open seat 8 years after her first run. Um, you'd have to think that somebody else should get in there and try to run and not have Abrams go for a third attempt in a row. She just doesn't have the success. She took a bigger loss last time in 22. It's just, there's got to be a fatigue of Abrams there. Unless Brian Kemp gets embroiled in a scandal, you know, something dramatic happens. It just seems like going three in a row and you didn't win the first two. I don't know. For me, that's just it kind of comes off as pathetic. All right, we got some Nevada. Nope. All right. You're French Canadian from Quebec. Interesting how politicians in Maine have French last names like Theriot, which are also common here. Ah, sounds good. Yeah, it is right there on the border. It's got to be a Tim Hortons, pretty close to Maine, I would imagine. But yeah, Nevada is gonna keep us in suspense. But we're still here. We're still doing the stream, having a community type of hangout. But after a while, eventually you gotta do some slouching. So, not sure how long we're gonna keep it going for, but we got to get some Nevada results at least. Oh, it got a heart. That's the first heart, I think, all day. Uh, is Amade vulnerable to a challenger? Not that I've heard. But then again, I haven't followed it closely. I've been pretty busy. Didn't get to look into this as much as I'd like, but is he vulnerable? Not that I have heard, but that'll be something to look at. We could look it up right here. Fred Simon. Doesn't have much here on Wikipedia. Yeah, well, if Kemp goes for that Senate seat, then yeah, that's going to be a good one between him and Ossoff. But that's an if. And even if he went for it, I don't know if he would win that seat. Kemp has proven to be a little bit more popular than I was expecting. Waiting with bated breath. Yep. Yeah, Brian Kemp. Him and Glenn Youngkin have been surprisingly more popular than I had anticipated. And Youngkin could go for the Senate as well. That's going to be a big governor's race there in Virginia and New Jersey next year. Yeah, Kemp, he had that primary challenge from David Perdue, and that went nowhere. Kemp, I think, was over 70%. That was kind of embarrassing. So we got 53% in here. I think at this point I'd be ready to call. We've got the check mark here. So it has been called. Yes is the winner. Create congressional age limits. That's going to be at 81 just for Congress. That's got to be challenged in court, I'm sure. Now I wonder who's even allowed to challenge it. Do you have to be like 81 and affected by this to challenge it, or could you just be any age and say you're going to challenge this? I'm not sure if you have standing if you're under 81, but we'll see. I guess this would be struck down eventually. What do you think? Will Trump will pick for VP? I did cover that earlier, but the answer I've been given for 6, 7, 8 months is Tim Scott. That's who I've been saying. I think Scott checks most of the boxes. People have been talking about Doug Burgum the last month or so, and I've always thought that was very unlikely, but I can understand it in a sense. It's kind of like Mike Pence, where he's the guy with the experience who's the number two that could step in if something happened to Trump. But I don't think he brings much geographically or with identity or demographics. Tim Scott, it's South Carolina. It's not a competitive state, but with demographics, Scott could bring in a little bit theoretically. Plus, Scott has enough experience in the Senate. That's who I've thought for a while. And that's who I'm still going with. I don't really think it would be Vance. I don't think it would be Byron Donalds. I think they're just too young. They're too new. And I think you'd want somebody with a little bit more experience. Kind of like how Obama picked Biden. Delaware was not going to be competitive. But Biden had that ton of experience. He brought that to the ticket. Kemp is popular even more and longer than Youngkin, but that would leave his governor vulnerable. I wouldn't doubt Stacey is pressuring him to not go for the Senate. Okay. I'd like to see a statewide poll of Stacey Abrams' popularity right now in Georgia. I want to know if voters think they're tired of her or if no, they're in on Stacey Abrams. And other Democrats, I think, are going to challenge her. I don't think she's just, even if she wants the nomination, I think they're going to say, you had two cracks at this. I think it's time we try somebody else. Okay, Youngkin and McDonald having the same approval. All right, yeah, McDonald, that's going back a few governors. Who do you think has the better chance of winning in the Senate, Kemp or Ossoff? I know I spelled his last name wrong. Uh, yeah, that is tough. It's so tough because I mean Ossoff is young and Kemp he's seasoned. He's got the experience. As we wait for something to pop up here in Nevada. The trends, of course, have been to the left. Republicans have wiped out in Senate races recently. Kemp had success in 22. That was after the abortion decision. Republicans had swept statewide offices. And we just saw in the state Supreme Court election, the primary in Georgia a few weeks ago, in that Supreme Court election, the nonpartisan, independent, but Republican aligned candidate won easily. So there's some signs there for the Republicans, but in another, in the Ossoff race, it could go to Ossoff. I could see it happening, but again, I don't know. Maybe Kemp keeps the state with the GOP, maybe maintains popularity, and he's able to do it. It's highly competitive. If I had to pick right now, I'd say Ossoff wins it narrowly, but that's just super preliminary. Maybe Trump picks Grassley. Yeah, if you're looking for experience, Grassley's your guy. Trump says, oh, Twitter says, excuse me, Nevada does not report votes until the last voter gets to vote today. Well, and then what are they going to do? Report it? Do they count them all and then only report them after? If so, then they would get 100% in immediately. Yeah, I don't know how long that could be, but yeah, I mean, if it goes on forever, we can't sit out here forever. Uh, give your opinion on which state best represent your current and Democrat parties. One each party. Uh, which state best represents the current Republican parties? Do you mean in general? Like all levels of government? And represents them? I, I don't know. I would think, I don't know. Maybe it's got, if I'm thinking about it correctly, I don't know. Maybe, oh, more hearts. I saw the hearts. I, I maybe the state representing the party though. That's tough. I mean, Ohio is good for the Republicans, I suppose. I mean, they do have Brown in there for the Senate. But other than that, I mean, it's probably represents the shift in the Republican Party toward Trump and that brand of populism. Uh, but yeah, it's hard to think about because it has to be a state that has a lot of Republicans in there, and there's not a ton. It's statewide. You can't really go to Michigan or Pennsylvania. Wisconsin has a little bit, but Ohio is your state that's loaded with Republicans, and they're more in the current brand of the Republican Party. That's what I'm going to go with. I try to answer it fairly. On the other side, for the Democrats, that's maybe you go nearby. Maybe you just go Pennsylvania. That brand, excuse me, that brand seems to work pretty well. So, uh, hope that answers it a little bit. Ossoff also have a blue environment. Be and he would be in the seat longer. I mean, he could have a scandal by then, and we don't. I mean, theoretically, the environment is going to be bluer, unless if Biden wins, and that would theoretically be a red environment. Uh, Grassley would probably tour all 50 states for Trump. Oh, okay. That Grassley, he gets around. He is still in there. Maybe he's going to run again. Who knows? Florida and California. Yeah, you know, I, yeah, I guess that's a different way to look at it. Florida could represent the Republicans, I guess. Yeah, I mean, then you're just easily picking traditional red and blue states. I mean, yeah, generally Democrats are associated with the coasts, California, New York, and Republicans in the South and parts of the Midwest. But I do think Ohio represents probably the Republicans because of that shift. And Florida has shifted as well, so that's true. You do have somebody like DeSantis in there. He would be more in the style of Trump over Mike DeWine. And then the Senate, yeah, I could see Florida. I could see a case for that. Which state represents the current party? Okay, I think I tried to answer that. I wouldn't say Wyoming. I mean, it's hard to pick a state like Wyoming because there's just so few people there. But yeah, I could see Ohio, Florida, uh, and yeah, those are kind of the states that come to mind. And for the Dems, yeah, I Pennsylvania seems to work for me. Their statewide races, they got Fetterman, they got Josh Shapiro, and they got Bob Casey. That seems to be more what would represent what the Democrats want it to be. They're associated with the coasts, but I think Pennsylvania is probably going to be their better better way to represent them. However, it's an unusual question. It's hard to answer that. Get West Virginia for the Republicans. Yeah, you could say that. That's valid. The Virginia has represents the Democrats. A lot of West Virginia's ancestral Democrats. Yeah, that's true. See, okay, you're factoring in like which part. Yeah, that's it was such a broad question. I wasn't sure how to answer that. If you're talking about like the electorate, the electorate. Either way, it's difficult to answer. But hey, yeah, it's interesting conversation. It's interesting how Liz Cheney, Wyoming is home to Liz Cheney in the most Republican state, but she's so vocal about Trump. Well, not anymore. She got the boot. Republican Party seems fractured. Personally, don't think that Trump will win. You can make a case for it. You can make a case that there's no way Trump's winning this thing. There's a litany of reasons, but there's a same thing for Biden losing. There's a vast amount of reasons why each side would win or would lose. That's why in many of my videos I frequently present both sides. It's difficult. Iowa mentioned, yeah, Iowa. They've got Chuck Grassley. Okay, we've got Julie Federchak. She has secured the nomination. She's going to face Hammer for the at-large congressional district. And any Republican is going to be heavily favored in that. State legislator, that's going on. A lot of these are uncontested. Interesting. We've got some of these incumbents are trailing. Or okay, I don't know if we got much more in Maine. Let's see. Anything back here? Okay, Ohio has slightly shifted toward Ruley, the Republican. And we've been on here now 4 hours. We will be in 2 minutes. We'll hit a 4 hour stream. So yeah, the malaise tends to set in after several hours. but we're still going. We're still covering it. Here's your schedule, your upcoming schedule, by the way. Next week there's Georgia runoff, but we've got Oklahoma and Virginia. Then we've got Colorado, New York. That's going to be potentially some action there. Then we've got the South Carolina runoff, and then we've got Utah. So that's what we've got coming up the rest of this month. And that's kind of it, actually, for about a month. 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And then we've got conventions, and then we resume the end of July with Arizona and the South Dakota runoff. So that's your schedule. Cheney lost by a landslide to rural. Yeah, she did lose by a landslide. How late do you plan on streaming? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to get some action here in Nevada, but I mean, you can only stay up for so long. But I would at least probably another 30 minutes, I would say. After that, I don't know. I can't guarantee it after that how much I'm gonna do. Thanks for the lengthy 3-hour stream. I know it must be taxing for you to do this so long. I appreciate what you're doing. Getting a thank you like that, an appreciation, an understanding of the how taxing it is. Yeah, that is appreciated. Any thoughts on the 538 election forecast? This right here it is. Biden is about 53%, Trump 47. That's a pure toss-up. I mean, that is a coin flip, but Biden tiny edge. I mean, this, I don't know. I've heard 538 get a lot of criticism, but they have their own model. It makes sense for how they have it all set up, and they've got it really close. So this, I've said it's going to be close. I do think it will be close. It's early, but this is probably fine. It's close. Maybe people take issue with the fact that they have Biden up, but I mean it's so close. Um, Michael Kripchak for governor. Yeah, that is something that usually happens when either party, whenever somebody overperforms, it's immediately like they have higher office expectations already. It's like we got to get this guy in for the highest office. He had some success. That's it. He's going straight to the top. It's like, really? I mean, that's it? All right, we've got Kripchak only spent 10K on his campaign, was a waiter. Yeah, I mean it's impressive. I mean, did he really do amazing, or did Ruli totally wipe out? Maybe it's a combination of the two. So, what should we think about Ohio with even lower turnout? Well, I did cover that a lot. I think, take it for what it is. The Democrats are going to say this is huge. They're not going to say anything other than that. And Republicans are not going to say anything other than, what are you talking about? We won and nobody turned out. So it's exactly what we see in politics. It's a complete it's completely all about the narrative for your own side. And there's enough there for each side. You could say the turnout was so low it's meaningless. You could say we heavily overperformed. Both sides are right and both sides are wrong. The bottom line is the seat did not flip at all. Didn't really even get that close, but it is an overperformance. But with the extreme low turnout, it's I don't know how much you're gonna rely on that going into November. I would think you can't rely on that. You might think it scales up, high turnout, it's going to be the same margin. But even if it's the same margin, you're still going to lose by 9 to 10 points. What does that mean? Now, if you're thinking that because they overperformed, every other district also goes that far to the left, if you're thinking that or even close to it, well, yeah, then, well, if that happened, then the Democrats would have a landslide, but that could be specific to that district, the specific candidates. There's a lot of different factors. Yeah, I try to get into both sides' heads and try to figure out what they're thinking, but so Nevada is still going to keep us waiting. We've got 25 people in here. I know the stream did hit a snag. We went down for like a minute, something like that. Very pretty brief, but enough to kill the flow. So yeah, not much else to look at. We got a runoff in South Carolina. And in Ohio, we got a win here for the Republicans, but maybe the bigger story is the margin is much reduced. Still don't know why the independent has 0. Maine is pretty much in the books. Wow, these are mostly uncontested here for the state legislator, almost all of them. Here's a incumbent that looks like they are defeated in the 10th district here. And the House, a lot of seats here. Nearly all of them uncontested. All right, so May 2nd, that showdown is set between Golden and Terrio. We got North Dakota is set up as well. This age limit thing looks like it's passed. So kind of the only thing left is Nevada. That's kind of it. Most of these races are uncontested as well. Do I have any interest in a foreign the foreign elections? It's so much less that I'd say not really. I'm just much more of a US kind of guy for politics. If something happens after the fact, I'll hear about it, but there's a lot here. There's so much here. I can't even follow everything here. Adding in other countries, I'm only interested in the absolute highlights. I mean, I put up a community post with the European elections yesterday, and that's about it. I don't really cover it. I follow it very little. If I don't even know how I would try to follow it all and also follow US because I can't keep up with everything here. Larry Craig controversy? Not really. I could try looking that up because it's not ringing a bell. Wait, maybe something's coming to me. Okay, this 2007 arrest? Is that's the controversy? I probably vaguely do remember this now that I'm looking it up, but that is embarrassing. That was a long time ago. '07, that looks like. So we're kind of just sitting here, nothing happening. And this might be the time to take a 1 minute break. So that's what I'm going to do real quick. And we're back. So things have slowed down here in the chat. That's understandable. But hopefully everybody's watched the recent videos I put out. Had one today on the 2024 map based on the market predictions. And hope everybody's enjoying the other content. Random stuff, dice battles, spinner battles, polling, predictions. Got it all on there. Over 950 videos. We're coming up on 1,000 videos. And hopefully we get the subscribers up. It has slowed down a little bit the past month. But we're looking to get to 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers, whatever it is. Appreciate the hearts. However you'd like to support the channel at all. Comments are great. Liking, sharing, subscribing, join, become a member. Super thanks, super chat, any donations, whatever. That's all going to help the channel. Keeping it going. We've been up here for over 2 years. And we're still going. Hopefully we can expand it. But it's been a little slow. Larry Craig, yeah, yeah, I remember that. I did look up a quick note about it. Yeah, that's an embarrassing story, and it does look. It's not a good look at all, and that pretty much ended his career. Who's winning the primary election in South Carolina? Well, that's kind of almost basically done, but here's your results here. Here's all of them. The main races are in the first district. Nancy Mace, she beats Catherine Templeton easily, 57%. We got a runoff in the third district in that open seat. Burns and Biggs, they're going to go to a runoff. Still not called here in the 4th district on the Republican side and the 7th on the Democratic side. Michael Moore is your nominee to go up against Nancy Mace in the 1st district. And we've got a runoff. Yeah, we've got Mark Burns, Sherry Biggs. Burns, I guess, got the Trump endorsement. He's going to do a runoff showdown. That'll be in a couple of weeks. But that's what we've got in South Carolina. Not a ton of action. We've got a tie here in Slope County. 1 vote each. That's what we've got. We've got Nevada just really keeping us in extreme suspense. I hope if it comes in soon that it just pours in and we don't just go 2-3%. In the meantime, I think I've addressed everything in the comments, in the chat, to the best that I could. Try to answer almost everything I can. And it's great to have everybody stopping by for a little while. Some regulars and some new people, some lurkers. It's all good. Here's your upcoming schedule again. Next week is Georgia runoff there, but we've got Oklahoma and Virginia. There's going to be another special election in the U.S. House in Colorado. That's going to be to replace Ken Buck to finish his term. Meanwhile, there's congressional age limits have been approved here in North Dakota. 81 and up. Very interesting, but that's at about 60%. Yeah, Nevada, it's dragging. Your money's on Doug Burgum for VP. Pence like stable factor. Yeah, that's true. That's what I was saying. If I had to make a case for Burgum, that's it. He's just a guy that people haven't even heard of, but he's got experience in the private sector. He's got executive experience. It's not at all a significant state, though. He's kind of old, though. Could be another drawback, but he's definitely younger than Trump. But he's not exactly all that youthful. All right, you're still here, just chilling. Hopefully, Nevada comes in with a lot of votes. Absolutely. Why don't let's pull that up, actually. Why don't they announce Timmons? I don't know. I guess it's close enough. I guess it's under a 10-point margin. That's similar to the Ohio 6 margin. Each candidate's winning, presumably, their home county. But I guess it's close. And there's 89 here in this county going for Timmons. And there's only 38 in the county going for Morgan. So there could be something here to take a look at. If the rest of this vote goes heavily for Morgan, that could really narrow up that margin. So I guess that's something to take a look at. In the meantime, we're going. We're still going. Here's the 538 prediction. I like this. They got some stats here. There's less than a 1 in 100% chance that no candidate wins a majority of the Electoral College votes. So that'd be the 269 tie. Presumably, I suppose Kennedy could get in and win a state, but less than 1 in 100. So under 1% chance for nobody getting a majority. 5 in 100% chance the election is decided by a recount. Winner's margin is less than 0.5% in a decisive state. 78% chance that Trump wins at least one state he did not win in 2020. He's going to need to do that, obviously, if he's going to win. He's going to need to flip more than one state, but 78% chance right now that he's going to at least flip a state. 9 in 10, or 9 in 100, so 9% chance that Trump wins a majority of the national popular vote. So very low, but not completely impossible that Trump wins the popular vote. 16% that Biden wins the popular vote by 10 or more. That's a better chance. So Biden has a better chance, according to 538, to win the popular vote by 10 or more than Trump has to win it at all. Interesting stuff. Biden getting up to 10 seems unlikely. Very unlikely. It is unlikely, but that's crazy. 10 points. That would be a giant landslide. A few more hearts. Whoever hit the hearts, I saw it, and it's always fun to just see a random heart floating. But we've got 52% chance that Biden wins at least one state he did not win in 2020. 52% that he flips a state. So that's better than 50% slightly, that he's going to pick up a new state. And the only state that could really be is North Carolina. And they had that going to Trump 60%. After that, I don't know what state he could flip. 23% chance that Biden wins by a landslide of 350 electoral votes. That would be a landslide. 36% chance Trump wins the popular vote. Let's check on Nevada. Nothing. And another 36% chance that Trump wins the Electoral College by 350, less than 350 electoral votes. Less than 1% chance that every state votes for the same candidate that it did in 2020. That's fascinating. So no map changes. It's almost totally impossible. Off topic. Surprised Robin Ficker won that county in Maryland, since it's establishment county and majority college educated. Okay, I'm not sure. Did Ficker win that? I'm not sure which county he won. But yeah, Ficker, I would assume Hogan is going to do better with college educated voters. I agree with that. Trump 24. Gotcha. Been watching the presidential debate on the 27th. I would assume so. If I don't catch it when it's on after, if I don't, there could be a stream. I might have to watch it later. Watching it though is very likely. I assume with pretty much everybody here, even people not here. That's going to be must see TV. How about this? 4% chance that Trump wins the popular vote by 10 or more. That is mind blowing. It seems like it's pretty nuts for Trump to even win it at all. Then they get it up to 10 points, 4%. That that would be pretty stunning. Biden's at 64% for the popular vote. 11% chance that Biden wins the popular vote but loses the electoral college. 1% chance that Trump wins the popular vote but loses the electoral college. That's another far-fetched scenario. 25% Biden wins the popular vote. 62% the election is decided by a smaller margin than the vote share for the third-party candidates. And that's back to the beginning. But right now it's pretty close. Biden was ahead in April, and May kind of flipped here around a couple of weeks ago. Now Biden back with a tiny lead. Popular vote has pretty much maintained win probability. Again, Biden was up. It flipped. Now Biden it barely flipped. It was pretty much tied. Now Biden is ahead very slightly. Anything in Nevada? No. Check on these races real quick. We've got a vote dump here now in this race in South Carolina. So Morgan with a lead there, but not overwhelming. Uh, let's see. You haven't been able to view the stream much, but you've been lurking as someone who works in polling. Okay, you really like your state overviews and trends. Oh, that series, the videos. Yeah, I covered the battlegrounds. I did states explained. I'm doing which way states will trend now. Yeah, that's pretty much comes out on Sundays. That's when I've been getting those finished and put out. And yeah, there's some information. There's a lot of info. It takes you kind of a moderate in-depth look on what's happened recently in presidential elections in certain counties. And it's some good content there. So that's nice to hear. You work in politics. Oh, it works in politics. Oh, I thought that said polling. I'm sorry, I could not see the end of it. But you're in politics. I'm not sure at what capacity, but hopefully you've seen all of those videos. I've done, I don't know how many, probably about 20 or so, maybe 18. But you once played Campaign Trail and did 2020 election, somehow won the popular vote and won New York, but still lost. Whoa, that's wild. I don't really play that much. It's not really my kind of thing. I know some people do it. I think other channels do it, but if you're into it, that's great. To stay anonymous, you won't reveal exactly your position, but you deal a lot with campaign strategies for the state party, and demographics plus trends are important. I've seen all of them. Really enjoy them. Ah, fantastic. Uh, yeah, that's fine. Remain anonymous. That's all good. Um, do you watch the other stuff? I don't know. Is it just that? Um, Usually those videos get a positive reception. You know, once in a while there's like a mistake that slips through. You know, when you're making 950 videos, There's going to be some stuff you just can't catch in time, but yeah, those are good videos. Those take a lot of time to make. That's why I'm trying to shorten them a little bit because, I mean, again, there's not a lot of this. The growth has slowed a little bit. Not a lot of people have joined the channel. Not a lot of support. Um, so yeah, it takes a while to make those. So I'm trying to cut it down a little bit. That's why I changed it up to which way they're going to trend. I might go back and do the battlegrounds. I'm not sure, but it's good stuff. It's just not something I can make quickly. It just you got to sit there and you got to put it all together. It takes some time. Uh, Watch some of the spinner battles and whatnot. Pretty much all of the content. Well, it sounds good. I'm not sure how long you've been lurking, but yeah, over 950 videos. If you've watched even 400 of them, even close to that, that would be highly impressive. Some of the older stuff, the it's a little bit out. I'm not going to say outdated. Maybe some of the prediction videos, but some of the quality is a little different. You know, I've upgraded a little bit over time, especially as the channel's gotten a little bit bigger. But uh spinner battles are always good. You gotta love the spinner battles. They don't bring in a ton of views, but I try to do them. People like them. There's the element of the random element is always fun. So I do those. I've done coin flips, dice battles, but they don't bring in a ton of views. But I try to do them for the people that enjoy them, just as a distraction. I mean, we all need a distraction from anything, but from politics, it's good to step back and do something else. Uh, let's see. Have a have a winning North Dakota governor. Whoops. Okay. A lot of people in these jobs looking YouTube work. A lot of creators like you do a lot of great work. Yeah, I mean, I this does take time. I mean, I do this isn't all I do. It's hard to fit this in all the time, but uh I'm sure I could do different stuff. I could promote the channel probably, but I'm always looking for people to join. You know, there's a couple of join options. Basically, you just know that you're supporting the channel. You know, you're putting a few bucks into it to, you know, show you're behind it. There's always that option. Eventually, I'd like to expand a members section to different things, but it's difficult without a ton of people doing it. But let's see, we've got some of your communication team has been tired, especially on the YouTube front. Okay, yeah, I'm assuming you're active on here. I don't know, again, I don't know much, but you know, feel free to brandish this channel. You may get a viewer bump as the election nears. Yeah, that's and then of course a drop off in November or after November. 2 years ago for the midterms, things picked up, but again, it's all hard to say. Uh, gift. We got a gift. One membership has been gifted from me. Well, that's to Tiffany O. Okay, fantastic. You know, it's always good to get some extra stuff happening in the chat. Yeah, the big banner, that's great. So, Tiffany O. That's always appreciate that. Any little bit of extra support, it's always stands out. It's always highly appreciated, especially after a 3, 4 hour stream. So great to see that. Definitely great to see that. We still wait on Nevada. Almost forgot what state we were on for just a second. You're a YouTube nerd. Kind of see how young people think about the world around. Creators on the platform. Very cool stuff to see as always. Maine's first congressional district called for the Republican side. I let's go back real quick. No, it hasn't. You're right. You got me. This we didn't follow this race much just because it's so blue that we'll keep it up here though. We'll put it up. But it's so blue that, it's not going to matter much in the general. Uh, Thoughts on the EU elections? Well, I mean, I don't know a whole ton, but it does sound, I guess it's hyped up as being notable that there's a shift toward the right there, probably due to immigration being a major factor. I mean, I don't know a whole lot of detail, so it's hard to comment entirely because I don't. It's not in the U.S., but immigration is a problem. It's an issue here. That's one that certainly is not favoring the party in power. It's a motivator, and it's something that you can't let get out of hand in countries. Or I understand an inevitable backlash if there's just too much in too short a period of time. Now, there's other factors too, but I think that is one of the major motivators there. But we'll see what happens. Yep, we got a North Dakota governor that is wrapped up, pretty much tantamount to victory there in the governor's race or in this after this primary. You happen to be a YouTube specialist, so okay, your work involves being in charge of your state. Do you put the channel on like at the office? Do you say, hey, you get the whole staff in here and bring them over to the channel? Is your goal to grow the channel and gain more viewers, or just doing it as a hobby? Well, the goal is always for expansion, and I think it's probably going to be more a goal to expand, given the amount of consistent content I'm putting up for over 2 years and the variety of depth and relatively low bias on most of the stuff. Um, so yeah, expanding, I, even if I didn't care about expanding, I think it should be higher than it is. Again, maybe there's a couple things I could do, but expansion is always going to be what we want to see. Here we go. Look at this, Nevada. It's in. We've got it. Look at this. Jackie Rosen, the winner with 92%. And we got 67% in. None of these candidates, 2%. So that's up here now. Uh, oh yeah, okay, you got me. Nevada data is in. Who do you think will win November 5th and by what margin? I always hate copping out and say I don't know, but who could really predict this? Um, I mean, I haven't put out a prediction video for this month because of the conviction just happened and there's going to be fallout and there's debates. And I expected after that conviction for Trump to at least take a slight hit in the polling. And I guess maybe he did, but not a whole lot. But my last prediction before that for May had Trump, barely winning it. Maybe I'll have to see what happens over the next few weeks, but I've always said it's going to be kind of a coin flip. Sam Brown is at 54%, by the way, 35% in. I expecting him to win fairly comfortably. It's all in Clark. Makes okay. Been on YouTube since 14 and watch a lot of videos. I've had clients and I've grown channels before. I could also give you some advice. Yeah, I mean, advice is always good. I mean, if it's doable, if it's reasonable. I mean, I've seems like I made tweaks and such, but I think one thing I'm not doing is I'm not going heavy on clickbait type of content on the with the images with the titles. I think that might be something that helps other channels, and other channels do go much more partisan. Now that could be a strength if you're looking to expand your channel. I think that might be better if you just go, hey, I'm going pretty much all on one side. That seems to have success for other channels. Of course, there's no guarantees, but yeah, I think most people are on YouTube. They're not, they're doing it on the side. Maybe, eventually it gets huge and they just go all in on it. Yeah, that's something I haven't really promotions and marketing. I haven't really gone all in on that. I haven't really gone in on it much. This is all organic growth because generally I'm not a fan of spending any money on an attempt to get growth. I just hate, I'm not a big fan of going down with the hopes of going up. I mean, it could work for some people. It's probably not a bad idea, but I do like the organic growth. This is all just pretty grassroots organic, however you want to put it. I had to find you in the past when I search bar. I looked at the most recent videos done on the Senate, watched yours, could tell you're very good at what you do. Well, I don't know what makes it. I don't. I mean, I always like the positive stuff. I don't know why people think I do a good job. It's really subjective. I mean, a lot of times I say I don't have the answers. Yeah, the clickbait. I mean, I try to do it very, very little, but um, it's hard to go clickbait and also keep it neutral. That's also tough. Usually, when I see any political clickbaity type of thumbnails or titles, it's just all on one side. That's makes sense too. It's hard to just have something very stand outish, if that's a word. Uh, that's fairly neutral. As we're over 4 hours 45 minutes here, coming up on 4:45. Uh, oh yeah, well then yeah, this is all organic. Once in a while, a video hits the algorithm and it just takes way off, totally out of nowhere. It's just like it just dominates all the other content. It's great, but it also feels bad where the other videos just get a fraction of that. And there's really no predicting it. You try to fine tune things with keywords and search engine optimization stuff, but a lot of times it just doesn't pan out until randomly one day what it does. Social media, I got I'm on Twitter/X. I don't do a whole lot on there. I pretty much focus on just the channel. I mean, it already takes up a lot of time as it is, and to try to expand to various social media, it's just a lot of a time sink. And this is where the action is, anyways. At least this is where all the content is. But all these videos do go up on Twitter/X. Go into detail and are more refined. Many just put their guesses into the data. Okay, I do think often I leave it open ended. I say, hey, I don't know, no idea what's gonna happen, but here's my best guess. All right, let's look at these house races real quick. Let's look at these. Let's look at all three of them, or all four of them actually. So going up against Dina Titus, Mark Robertson is the front runner right now. And we've got not really that close here in the second district. The third, okay, here we go. We've got kind of close, 79% in Drew Johnson. Again, I haven't really looked up these candidates for this. I didn't have enough time to go into it. 31% there. The fourth, John Lee. Now, John Lee, I do recall he does have the endorsement from Trump, I believe. So that maybe that's what puts him over the top here. He's got a slight lead, a bit of a lead here. He's at 50%. Paid marketing, you wouldn't recommend. Conversion rates will be very low. Yeah, well, so far that's what I've been doing, avoiding the clickbait. But again, I don't often look up other channels because I'm doing my own thing, and sometimes it can be depressing. You look up another channel and they're new and they've got way more subscribers. Maybe they're paid, maybe they're all friends, but you wonder how could a new channel have way more going on? It can be disheartening. Maybe it is the clickbait. Maybe they have these really partisan clickbait videos and that just pays off. It is hard to type on mobile, definitely. Yeah, I don't expect much out of Twitter. But I mean, I'm on there. Occasionally I'll send a message or type something, but it that's just kind of the backup. What does the Ohio election mean for Sherrod Brown? He's got to be feeling good, or he's at least going to project that. He's definitely going to say, "Hey, look at this. We've got momentum. We're going to win this election." Um, it's still an uphill climb. Sherrod Brown has got to really appeal to those Trump voters, but he's got to be feeling good. I mean, again, even though this turnout is extremely low, he's going to also just have to say, "Hey, the margin was very, very. It was much more narrow." Who's winning in the third? That's right here. Drew Johnson is in the lead against to take on Susie Lee, for the opportunity to take on Susie Lee. Which state will vote more Trump, Arizona or Georgia? Those are similar states. I mean, the polling right now, it's similar. I mean, you could go either way on it. I would think Arizona, because of immigration being a bigger issue right there in the proximity, but the polling might look like Georgia could be slightly more. Plus, they have Kemp in there. In Arizona, they've got Hobbs. Well, I mean, again, I mean, many of you guys might look at other channels and might have an understanding of which channels are better or which why certain ones succeed more. But I the the clickbait images and the overt partisanship, I think, could lead to more success. I think if you just come out and go all in on one side and just, all your headlines, your pictures and your titles are Trump or Biden destroys the other side, or, that kind of stuff. That people probably want that. Some people don't, but more people might want that. And you just, all the images are just, Trump destroying the map or Biden completely destroying Trump. It goes on and on. I've seen it enough. Uh, Longer videos, more people want the short. It varies. I think it depends on what it is. I put up a couple of shorts recently, um, and the shorts. I mean, you need thousands and thousands of views to get anything out of that. But I mean, I would say many tens, if not hundreds of thousands. But the longer it can be better, but I mean, my spinner battles are over 10 minutes usually, and just that's not as engaging for a wide enough audience. That's why I have to turn down some suggestions. People say, "Hey, do this matchup." I go, "Well, if people aren't really going for that kind of thing, so it would be tough to make that video." But yeah, I think a lot of people don't want to sit there for too long. You know, Usually 5 to 8 minutes is probably a good amount of time usually, but sometimes you go under, sometimes you go over. If you have some real in-depth content, yeah, you could probably go for 15, 20 minutes. Or if you're doing a podcast or a regular show, you could sit on there for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever. Marty is the composer for Halo. Do you need more shorts to gain more actual viewers? I Some channels don't have shorts and they're doing just fine. I put out a couple and they get a mixed reaction and they also take time to make. So I don't know what's going to happen. I might do some more of those, but it might be after the election. We'll see. Uh, oh, okay. So this guy is actually the composer for Halo. If that's, hey, usually I learn a few things on every stream, I hope we all do. Uh, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair thinking, I put out a couple of shorts that might rope people in for more, but again, I, I've maintained what I've been doing for more than 2 years. Video, at least one video every day. And sometimes the growth is totally flat and there's really no pattern that I've identified. The time of the day you put up the video, I don't, that would be a shame if you put it up an hour or two earlier or later. If that would have a noticeably dramatic impact, that would be weird. But there's all kinds of factors to consider. And let's go back to the main race. Okay, this has been called here. And let's go back to Okay, Jackie Rosen, it's called, and Sam Brown, it's called, just like we expected. So that's it. All that waiting for Nevada, and it's in. But yeah, I think the big thing is, more people joining the channel, getting some more memberships. Granted, there's not a ton of bonus content or perks, but again, it's already tough making this. To add in extra content or other perks, it can be way too much. But some people should just want to support the channel anyway, even if they're not getting anything out of it, just because they believe in it or whatever their reasoning is. Most popular election channels are partisan. That's true. That's what I was saying. Oh, LTE got popular because Mr. Beat gave him a shout out. Is that right? So he was not popular at one point, and then Mr. Beat, he took off from there. I did not know that. You do market research, you look at the trends, a specific niche, and craft video ideas around that. Yeah, I know. I've seen some videos about specifically looking for niche content and crafting the videos. I mean, that's kind of how I got started actually. I started doing redistricting reviews because I would want to see other people review the maps and I didn't see anybody doing it. And I was always looking them up and I said, I'm gonna just do my own videos. And I covered all the redistricting maps back in early 22. That's what happened, but the views at that time were extremely, extremely low. Now, part of that could be the video, maybe the length. It was shorter, the quality was a little worse, but still, it was a niche topic. Nobody was covering it, or very, very few, and it just didn't pan out. I think a lot of people do their networking and social media game is just they go hard on that. They spread the word a lot more. I think that's another factor. Um, I mean, I've done different kinds of videos. I've done a, I haven't done anything completely off topic, but I think I've done enough variety here within politics, and sometimes it's something takes off a little bit, but overall, not anything obviously that I could follow a pattern with. I love how this is has turned into discussion about the channel. But we've got Nevada coming in here though. You're not big on the partisan stuff. Unfortunately, it kind of works. Yeah, that's true. It's how much do you want to go in that direction is the thing. I mean, I'm good at understanding how I think both sides kind of think, but I don't have a good time if I was, or I don't think I would have much fun just going full partisan because it's not. I just like seeing what happens and covering it, and just to interject overt partisan overtones. Just it's not really what I enjoy. Political predictions has about 10 to 15 channels. Some are lead people, the rest are audiences sharing, others were too small. If ever seriously consider going full on partisan. Well, I mean, I thought about tons of variety of stuff, but not seriously doing something like that. And because again, you know, to go hardcore on partisan, I'm not even sure what it would even mean in my case because there's just certain things that just I certain views I either have no opinion on or they really contradict what what people might expect based on other views. So, I'd be kind of doing it'd be a completely uncharted path, but it would also get off topic from covering elections. I mean, a lot of people, they just want to hear what they want to hear. I do like channels that have totally different views. I like people that I can watch somebody that just has one view that I agree with. That's all I need. I don't, if I disagree with them on other things, that's fine. But maybe on that particular issue, I agree with them. But for the most part, I do just like following what happens. That's just what I've been interested in. I mean, I've got my blog. There's a blog with some political content, and that's been up for 8 years. So I've been having some political content up for at least 8 years, and just doing the videos for the last uh, two plus. Hey, you appreciate the more objective analysis? Yeah, that's it. And some people do comment they do like the general neutrality, even though once in a while somebody says this is like so partisan somehow, which is crazy. But um, appreciate that you like the in-depth content. It may not appeal to much people. Yeah, I that's I've got the receipts to back that up. It's not exactly pulling in tons and tons of viewers, but the hope is eventually, you find one or two, three, four passionate people who just really love the channel and they just want to completely donate or whatever, support it. Um, Something to make it a little bit more worthwhile. Another prediction YouTube was sad, like how they and getting viewership and subs properly to other content. The creator isn't that bad either, it just shows the viewership is limited. All right, I mean, I don't know how much they put up and for how long, but yeah, it can be a struggle. Some people, they have a lot of stuff, but maybe the quality is a little worse. I know some people, they're like full on camera hosting political content that usually boosts people who want to actually put themselves on camera and do kind of a show. um, I'd be more interested in like a podcast type of thing, something just sitting on here like this, just being able to just do conversation. That could be something. Not necessarily debates, not that kind of stuff, but something that doesn't involve tons of research and tons of editing, because that's where all the time goes. Some people don't really edit their content much. They have a lot of gaps in their speech. They have a lot of ums. I mean, I take care of all that. I try to smooth it all out, put the polish on, and have a nice finished product. A lot of it takes time, but here we are. So Sam Brown's going to take on Jackie Rosen, and I think Rosen's actually. Yeah, I already thought Rosen would win, but we've seen some of the recent polling has shown Rosen leading pretty comfortably. But again, it's early. Who knows what's going to happen? But we saw Catherine Cortez Masto. She won last time, and it looked like she might lose. Last in my prediction last time in Nevada, I had uh, Laxalt winning in the Senate and Steve Sisolak losing for governor. I think that's what my final prediction was. And man, did I get that completely backwards. Sisolak won, Laxalt lost. Anyway, let's see. Best growth is to gain. reactions. Very easy to make money. Yeah, I know. I mean, I try to be, I guess, just slightly provocative once in a while in the hopes, that could gin up some more reaction. And people say a lot of times controversy or even negative coverage is great because it's coverage. It's getting more people to look at it, and those clicks are everything. You found wait. The best growth is okay. I think I read. Oh, that's the same message almost twice. I found you a few weeks ago through the algorithm coming from a more conservative biased feed. The objective, a no BS analysis is refreshing. All right. Sounds good. Uh, must not be too many because the past month it's been much slower than previous months. So I guess you're one of the few people that found it. People want to hear what the feel, the truth, and being neutral is not popular. Yeah, I mean, I've got the video why both parties suck. I've mentioned it a few times. I mentioned it today once, but that gives you just some of the views on some stuff. There's so many different topics out there. It's really hard to go into it, and that's not really what I do. Once in a while, I'll cover a topic. Um, I got some opinions. I don't want to be a complete robot, but once you go into any viewpoints, then just it's either going to turn off people immediately because they hear one or two things, or maybe it can fire up some people in the other direction. It's tough to say. The results for the Ohio Six, oh, definitely. We've covered that extensively today. Uh, it's pretty much over with, though. But yeah, it is a not even a 10-point win here for Ruley. Extremely low turnout. So who knows what to make of it? But Democrats are definitely going to have the the better fallout from this. They're going to have some good fallout, good post game coverage saying, hey, look at this reduced margin. Republicans are going to come back and go, well, what are you talking about? Nobody even voted. They didn't vote at all. So it's going to be typical politics spinning it in your favor. That's what you get. LTE was already gaining growth, but Mr. Beat did help him. LTE had friend channels. Mr. Beat is way bigger and more part of regular YouTube. Yeah, Mr. Beat, again, I haven't seen pretty much anybody lately, but I've seen some of them. And I remember he called all the U.S. senators, I think all the U.S. reps. He's got some stuff that's interesting. Some of it's probably less interesting for me. I mean, he goes into depth. It was found that people that work for certain politicians as secretaries watch his stuff when he called to Congress. Remember, Mr. Beat still isn't that big in numbers. And okay, I don't know when Mr. Beat really took off. I'm not sure what he's even at now. He's pretty big though, relatively speaking. Did Cory Booker make a video for Mr. Beat? Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah, he after he called all the senators, only Cory Booker actually responded. Very few actually responded or whatever. But Booker made a message, I think, in the back of some vehicle when he was on the way to some event. That was hilarious. You really appreciate your open-mindedness when it comes to looking at other views. It's one of the things I value a lot. I mean, a lot of people value that in general, in the abstract. But then when you get into a specific issue, then there could easily be disagreements. But there's also bound to be some agreements, too. That's how it goes. You're not a fan of partisan channels. You like neutral ideas. Well, I mean, it's easy to be neutral when covering election, just the data. But of course, occasionally adjacent to that are what's behind these results, and then some views, some themes bound to come into play. And I try to look at both sides, but of course, I mean, you can't be a complete robot on every issue. You're going to have some views, or at least a perception of what's motivating voters. And there's bound to be some agreement, some disagreement on certain things. But trying to maintain pure neutrality, and if you went down the list of every issue, I don't even know what that would mean. That would just mean taking the most moderate, average position on everything. That that's also probably highly, highly unusual. Um, I think most people are gonna they could even out, but I think if you go down the list, they're gonna be, on this side on that issue, on that side on that issue, maybe even a couple of extreme positions. If you go down 20 to 30 different issues, they might be on the fringe on one, two, three issues. Big Rosen could lead. In the general, yeah, Rosen, yeah, I would think she's favored, not by a lot, but she's the incumbent. But we got to see what Sam Brown does, or any of these people after the primary. Tim Sheehy for Senate in Montana. Bernie Moreno even. We've got to see, what are these people going to do once we get into the summer for real. After the 4th, then Labor Day is going to kick in September, and that's it. People are going to start voting way before the election, I think. There's going to probably be all kinds of lawsuits with mail-in ballots and drop boxes. We're probably going to relitigate a lot of that stuff, signature verifications. I'm sure we're going to go through that again. Let's see. If you're talking on Twitter after the stream, okay, yeah, I mean, you could send a message. I mean, yeah, I'm on there. I'm on there, but I don't do a whole lot on there. I put up the videos, and that's the bulk of it. Again, because it already takes up so much time that I do the video and responding to the regular comments. I have to skip some at this point because there's just too many comments, and some of them are just, there's nothing to say to them. Um, and yeah, I need time for other things, obviously. But yeah, I mean, anybody can always send a message on Twitter. But yeah, let's see. We talk another time later if you'd like advice. Let's say I give advice to channels on how to grow. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what people could tell me that I haven't already at least heard of. I mean, I have looked into the tips and so on. I've made adjustments and tweaks. I haven't just done nothing. I mean, I've done a decent amount, but I mean, there's probably always going to be more, and maybe some little change you just could lead to a lot. But let's see. Mr. Beat hit 1 million. Okay, that's huge. He's probably got his plaque coming. It's harder to talk about that in the chat. I could discuss burnout. Yeah, I mean, the burnout is definitely a thing. It all depends. I mean, there's just other factors in life, and even if there's success in the channel, burnout is still in there. But then if there's little success, then it's much easier to get burnt out. But there's still burnout no matter what. It's just a lot of factors. Mr. Beat helped get through your law class. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's more into that kind of technical side about civics and just how government works. At least that's what I recall. I mean, I haven't looked them up lately. Oh, it says you cannot message me. I'd have to follow you. Okay, well, if I got a um, follow request, I will take a look at that. Let's see. Maybe I can do it now. All right, there we go. That should do it. I don't know why I can't message without that. Maybe I have to change something there, but oh well. Yeah, I mean, I don't do much on there again. Again, I'm already loaded up on filling all my time on here, but I mean, eventually I should be able to respond on there. But ooh, South Carolina primary. Well, again, we'll take a quick stroll. Here's the lowdown on what's going on there. Nancy Mace, she has won in the first district, not even close over Catherine Templeton. In the fourth, this is close, 80% in here. We got the incumbent William Timmons. He's leading Adam Morgan by about 4 or 5%. And then we've got a runoff here in the third district. We've got Mark Burns and Sherry Biggs. It's going to be in a couple of weeks, that runoff. And that's about it. The rest of them are here. Let's see. To doing good stuff, in my opinion. Stuff you could try to make more improvements, little changes. Yeah, I mean, I have done that. I've tried tweaks, and sometimes there's a nice uh, growth spurt. It was doing pretty good up until the last month. I don't know why it dropped significantly the past month. That seems odd because nothing really changed. Putting up the same good stuff. But, you try not to get discouraged when things aren't picking up. And to setting, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into these settings. I haven't really looked at those settings in a while. I don't really, yeah, again, I don't follow many people or do many messages on there, but I'll try to disable that later or something. But anyway, now we're over 5 hours now. I think we're probably gonna have to wind this stream down here because it's getting late and we pretty much got all the results in. And so that's kind of it. So again, here's the upcoming schedule. We've got the 18th, got a little bit of action in Georgia, but we've got Oklahoma and Virginia. I don't know when the next stream is going to be. It could be next week. It's a possibility. But a lot of times I'm unable to be on here. Was not able to get on for the past month or so. Sometimes I can get on, but a lot of times, there's just it's can't make it work. So, but again, the South Carolina results are here. And Ohio 6th. That's a win for the Republican to finish out the term of Bill Johnson. But it's a reduced margin with low turnout. In Maine, we've got a call here in the first district now. Ronald Russell. Interesting name. He's the winner. He's going to face Shelley Pingree, but he's probably going to lose that. In the second district, Austin Theriot, or Terrio, I believe. Something like that. He's going to faced Jared Golden. In North Dakota, the only thing of note here really is Julie Fedorchak, or Fedorchak. One of those two. She's the nominee with 46%. And then in Nevada, we've got Jackie Rosen with 92%, Sam Brown, 57%. They're going to face off in November in the House. Well, it's all right here. A couple of outstanding races still. Most notably here in the 3rd District. But I think we're going to be winding it down here pretty soon. We have been going a while. That not competitive. I'll stream next week. I'll see if I'm available. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, there's a possibility, but you never know. I can't guarantee anything. The message on Twitter for advice. I mean, if it's not too much, you can always do that. I mean, it depends how much it is or whatever. I mean, again, little tips. I already looked up stuff. I've tried stuff, but if it's something you feel compelled to mention, you can drop a line. Not sure when I would have time to look at it, but it's there if you'd like. It's a pretty long stream for sure. Yeah, it was. So I think we're gonna kind of wind it down. I know I'm kind of, you get the malaise kind of glaze over after hours of a stream. So I think we got to kind of wind it down. Normally I kind of bring it slowly to a close. I give advance notice, but we've been going a while. Got caught up in some of that chat there. So I'm gonna have to kind of call it here. So that concludes the stream, June 11th. Got it all in pretty much. Remember to like, share, subscribe. Definitely join, whatever you want to do. It's been a great stream. Thanks for everybody that showed up. And I'm not sure when the next one will be. But yeah, long stream. So hope everybody has a great night. Again, there's your June 11th results. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. And we'll see you on the next video.